We're just gonna do a new one. Samsonite. Okay. Meteor source, get out of here. How's that? How audible am I not? This is loud as shit. Okay, that's peaking. Okay. That should be about... Okay, can you hear me now? Am I audible? Please tell me I'm audible. Okay. I'm listening to my own stream. Come on. Make noise. Why is it not making noise? What the fuck? Okay, you're there. You say you're there. Settings. Monitor on. Monitor and output. How about that? Okay, why can't I hear myself? Monitor off. Oh, God. Okay, that's me. Okay, hi. Please tell me if you can hear me. Okay, thank God. I was just talking this whole time. I was giving like soulful like thoughts. I was explaining so many things and nobody could hear. I don't know why that was doing that. That was weird. I genuinely have no idea what the hell that was about. Okay, no, this is the other, okay, that's the other level. Okay, yeah, no, it shows it was making noise. I swear to God, it was showing I was making noise, and you could hear the background music. So I have no idea why the background music was okay, and my mic, which was showing a way higher level, was just not actually making noise. I don't know. I just deleted the source and made an entirely new audio input source, and that fixed it. Okay, so here what we're gonna do. We're gonna pretend that didn't just happen, and we're gonna start again. You can still hear me, right? Please tell me you can still hear me. So I just tried to set the hand gestures. Yeah, no, I swear to God, I swear to everything. You could see the audio levels. It was showing that my mic was peaking yellow. I have no idea why it was doing that. My computer gaslit me. See, there's like some really professional streamers like Plum who like, they actually sit down and before every stream, they like record and listen to a bit of their audio before they start so they can make sure it's working properly. I'm not smart. The reason it took so long to get set up. Okay, no. We're gonna start. Let me put the Zorua back here. Let me put the tiny one back. Okay, cool. We're gonna restart my whole brain thought that I gave for like fucking how many minutes before? Yeah, like a good like 10 minutes before I realized there was no noise. So the reason setup took a minute was I overslept a bit, and then right as I was starting to get ready. Tech Demon got a surprise call from work and he had to leave. So I was waiting for him to leave before I started. And then he is gone now. Bless him. It was kind of pain because I was fully ready. I was about to hit start. He was just putting on his shoes to leave. And he goes, I'm so sorry. I need something from that box because I'm stacking a bunch of boxes to get the angle tall enough for these because these are like over 1.5 feet tall. And so that got moved. But now he is gone. I have my tripod back to the height it needs to be at, so we are good. That is back. These are like, okay. I'm realizing that nothing I said in the first 10 minutes got said, so I'm trying to replay my thoughts for the past like 10 minutes. Okay, so yeah, so Tech Demon, he is being punished and working on his Saturday, and I feel bad for him. Also, this tiny Zorua is not getting a Santa hat. I just wanted to show you he exists because I like Zorua. I wore Zorua earrings to my own wedding. That's why I like Zorua so much. I think it's special. I should have grabbed those. I did not. They are in my office, and I don't want to step through a million cables. But just for reference, this is the Zorua sitting cutie. He's very cute. He is not getting a Santa hat unless I'm really bored and want to make him a Santa hat. Or like, maybe if like the people revolt and say, Himi, you're giving him a Santa hat, you monster. But the ones who were actually getting Santa hats today are these two. These two are Snowy and Stormy. In case you are unaware, you know, you actually have a life and you don't just browse the Pokemon Center website like a Pokemon shopping addict like I do. Pokemon has started making this amazing line of plushies where they're made of super soft cuddle fabric. Like, this is so fluffy. I don't know if you can see like the fur in my hands right now. They're super duper fluffy, and they have weighted micro, like the beads, to make them sit and like be like a thick plushie. And they're like 1.5 feet tall. Like, these are the size of like a zorua. Like, they're massive. They were a little expensive, but they're amazing, and I love them, and they're so cuddly to hug, and they're the best. And I think they need Santa hats. So that is what we're doing today. We're giving them Santa hats. They are my daughters. They deserve some hats. Love Zorua. Isn't it just the best? It's such a good Pokemon. I live for Zorua. Like, these are so cuddly. I'm going to give one a hug. I'm giving this one a hug really fast. Like, they're the perfect size to just give a nice hug to, and I love them. And they're really well made. Like, they have all the evolutions. They have the 2 Zoruas, obviously. Oh, God. I know they have Dedenne. I know they have Bidoof. Like, they have a bunch of, like, random Pokemon. I wouldn't expect to get one. But they're just so soft. They're just so soft, and they need Santa hats. And I really don't think making a Santa hat is going to take more than, like, freaking 15 minutes. I could be severely underestimating it again, but if that does take like 0 time, I have a backup activity to go along with this because we're pretending it's Christmas. If I am correct that it's going to take a lot longer than I think, then the backup activity will be a separate stream in its own, probably also this weekend. So prepare yourself. There might be 2 activity. I don't know how long this actually is going to take. I would make them scarves, but like, they have built-in scarf. They don't need scarves. But anyways, that was the 10 minutes of me yapping to myself that nobody ever heard. Don't get me wrong. I realize live streaming, you were literally in a room talking to yourself to begin with, but like that was me talking to myself. That was actually me talking to myself without realizing it. They're just so cute. They're so soft. Like, I like to take both of these and sit under my heated blanket, and that is the best way to go to sleep. Oh my God, it is like instant knockout time. They're so soft. But anyways, I could talk about how soft these things are for like 30 minutes. And I did for a bunch of minutes, and nobody heard me in the first place. But now it is time to get to the fabric. So look at the side view of these things. Like, these are really well made. Like, these are such good plushies. These are really expensive, like I said, but like, they're very large plushies, and they're very well-made plushies. Name mystery Pokemon. Lazarus is a Zorua. See, it's a good Pokemon. Were you a Hisuian Zorua? Because that would make sense with your name. You know, the ghost type being soul. Oh, you got the black one. You know what? That is also fair. They're great Pokemon. And now they're staring at me as I clear my table for the actual fabrics. Okay. Tiny Zorua, you can also go over. I have like a peanut gallery of fucking Zoruas looking at me right now. Alright, so the fabrics. I have a bunch of fabric. I bought nothing for this stream. I am a fabric hoarder. You guys only really saw the felts that I have gathered because I have a million pieces of felt, but this is going to be for like the woolly part of the Santa hat. And then when Joann's went out of business, I got a disgusting amount of minky for a very cheap price, and I got a lot of it. So I have like a very nice red minky and this to make our hats. Do you consider the other one to make sense? Honestly, so fair. I'm realizing I have like the latency from hell right now, and I know it's because my Ethernet isn't working for some reason. Try one more time. I fully realize there's like latency like crazy. It's giving me like red. Wait a second, I have an idea. I think I know what it might be. Wearing shoes. Alright. I think I know what it is. How about now? I see green. Green No, we're still on Wi-Fi for some reason. I do not know why it's on Wi-Fi for some reason. Now we're going to make text. Text. You're going to say latency from heck. Computer is mean. Do I have my cute fonts on here? I do. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I fully realize I have like really bad latency right now. I just don't know how to fix it. I do not know why my computer is like aggressively refusing. Ooh, Torkoal, Ninjask, and Shedinja. You got some bitchin' Pokemon though. Like those are all bitchin'. Shedinja is great, and I loved it as a kid. I didn't even realize like it was like a super cool thing. I just liked Shedinja. I liked its vibes. Honestly, a lot of my favorite Pokemon as a kid were very weird. Now that I think about it, like you'd think a little girl would be like, don't get me wrong, I loved Skitty and Vulpix and Eevee and all that, but I also really liked Crawdaunt. Like Crawdaunt, Tropius. God, there was a lot of Grumpig, like a lot of the more like esoteric Hoenn Pokemon I was just really into as a kid. I can't explain the math to you. I don't know the science. Okay. I'm gonna move that there. I really don't even think that I need to do a pattern, really. They're the same size. I'm not making a Santa hat to go over their heads, I don't think. That'd be like a lot of fucking fabric. I was thinking just doing one that fit like over their ear and like a little bit of like their tuft thing. I didn't think about this actually, and now I'm like actually forced to contemplate what the hell I'm doing. Let me open this up and grab a pen. I had to move my entire sewing setup for our New Year's party, and now I'm like trying to put it back together again. So like, yeah, because I didn't draw in the thumbnail what the hell I thought I was actually doing. So like, here is dog. We're gonna draw the one that's like easier to conceptualize with. So like, here is dog. You can see dog. Okay. So like, I was thinking like Santa hat for one of their ear, but also we could probably do Santa hat. Yeah, Santa hat that goes over like an ear and that. I don't think I'm gonna do one that goes over their everything, but like maybe a Santa hat for like an ear and their fluffy hair piece. So like decent sized Santa hat, I think. I did not consider the logistics of Santa before I started this assignment. Okay. Well, first of all, we're gonna need this first. The soft woolly stuff can go back over here. And I need these. Now, we're actually sewing with Minky today, which, as mentioned, is a bit more of a pain to work with than just, like, basic bitch felt. One, because it's expensive and it's scary to work with expensive stuff. Really cheap Minky is usually, like, $9 a yard. Nice Minky is, like, more expensive than that. At least in the places I've gotten Minky from. So, I don't know. I'm very nervous whenever I work with this stuff because I want to make sure that I'm using it right. Also, what you probably cannot see in this is that Minky has a grain. Like, it has, like, a direction. Unlike felt, which is just a square, if you have, like, any official stuffed animal from, like, a franchise, it's probably made with Minky in a lot of cases. Like, you'll see that, like, the pattern has a direction it goes in. If you put it, like, if you cut out several pieces and then you fold the direction wrong, I have to sneeze and it's not happening. You will, there we go. If you have the grains going in different directions when you sew it together, it's going to be real noticeable and it's going to be kind of awkward when you're, like, trying to actually, like, pet the plushie. And it's just going to look weird. And we don't want our thing to look weird. Thank you. Bless. I was like feeling the sneeze coming, and I could not. It was just on a mission. I need to get my. Do I have measuring? I do. It's right here. So like, jeez, working with Minky can be a little bit more stressful because of those things. What's nice is that I'm not making a full stuffed animal. Like, I've done that before for a few things. Like, I've made Minky stuffed animals, and like, you have to really lock the fuck in because you want to make sure every pattern piece has to be cut at a certain way, or you're gonna have a real goofy set of like furs. But today we're just making Santa hats. And the hardest part of this is just measuring their heads to make sure that I get the size right. Now this baby has a bit of a larger head, so we're going to measure her because she's probably going to be a bit easier to get an accurate measurement for both. Because while she has the thicker head, her sister has a thicker, like, wispy thing. So we're just going to go off of the one with the thicker head. Yep, so like I said, we're doing this. This is the wrong end of this tape. So we're going to go around. I'm going to go off of the thickest parts, like you would when you were measuring for a waist. Okay. All right, roughly 19, I'd say 20 inches would be a solid bet for how long I need this around. Okay. So put her back. You need 20 inches. It would help if I didn't, throw the thing that has my measurements on it back. You could tell how often I use this one. I usually use a different one. Okay, so about here. Cool. Let me get my best friend, the marker, that I just got all over my hand. Okay, so about here. I'm also doing, I just marked the wrong side of that, but I don't think it's going to matter too much because we're not going to see it for now. Okay. Something else I'm doing that's a little cursed that I'm not correcting because there's two of them is I have this layered double right now. Again, there's two of them, so I'm just cutting both out at the same time. Okay, so there's that. I really can describe these streams as do as I say, not as I do. Because I promise you the way I'm doing this right now is really not as you should be doing it. Especially when you're using this expensive a fucking fabric. There. There's our basic rectangle. Beautiful. Let me go ahead and just I'll wrap the rest of this guy up for now. I might make a couple smaller things later, but for now there's that. There you go, and this can go back into my bag of Minky. This bag also has gray and brown Minky for whatever I decide to, I need a tissue. Whenever I decide I need to use them for something. I'm sorry, my nose is running. Now, there's 3 parts to the anatomy of the Santa hat. One is obviously the hat part, the red. But there's also, the white on the bottom of the hat, around like the head. And then the top, there's a little puff ball. So next up on our list, here we go, is the pretty white fabric that I'm actually going to be using most of for a cloak. So I'm not going to be as lenient with this, but I also am not too stressed if it's a little bit short because I need to buy more fabric for this cloak anyways. But this is my pretty other fabric, very soft. I picked really nice fabrics instead of just felt because I wanted to have it match with the plushies first of all, but also because these are super huggable plushies and they need to stay super huggable. I can't give them fabric that's going to be not good to the touch because they're huggable. And I'm trying to remember where the hell the end of this fabric is. Okay. I gotta stand up. Oh no. Okay. I have polyfill, like my bag on the floor. That's what that rustling noise is. Okay. Invert this. Fold a bit more like that, I think. It's still not right, but we're getting the bits I need. I have a whole kitchen table. Okay. There. Okay. Next up. It's about 20 inches long, and I want to make it like 3 inches tall. These are fun fabrics, but I don't know, I also have to remind myself how to work with fabrics that are not just minky. Alright. This way is not long enough. Darn, I was hoping it would be. Okay, so back up. Like, this was folded the right way, and then I, like, dropped it. The fun of working with lots of fabric. Oh, dear God. Don't mind me, I'm trying to bust my chandelier down. And you may be thinking, geez, Hammy, that's real bougie of you. You have a chandelier. I don't know why there is a chandelier in here. It is actually like, we had to remove a few of them. This house was owned by like, I don't know, older couple who came here like during specific parts of the year. And that's fine and dandy, except their taste in household stuff boiled down to every room needs a chandelier or an obnoxiously large ceiling fan. My office is one of the remaining chandelier ceiling fans. I didn't want to get rid of it because I thought it had an aura, but like it just looks like it fucks. Who doesn't want a giant chandelier? Yeah, the one in here, it looks so out of place with everything else in this house, but I just think they're really funny. Okay. I really don't need much of this. I just need to freaking get some of this out. The actual sewing is going to take like no time. It's just getting this out. Okay, scissors, measuring tape. Okay, so this is 20. All right, my marker. Chandelier in the house. I need to get a. I was hoping. We still can't. I don't know when it shows up in ZA, but I want to get a chandelier so bad. Have you ever seen a chandelier ceiling fan? Oh, I don't like how the chandelier is now like. It's shaking ominously, and it's scaring me slightly, but we're already here. This is going to be a bitch to cut, isn't it? There we go. I don't want a lot, I just need this. Okay. I'm sorry you're getting like every kind of noise in the background here. I don't know how people do these streams, like they have it like super professional where you don't hear any noise and like everything is done. I realize a lot of them like just pre-record it and edit out the stuff before they like stream it, but no, we're here for the live experience of watching me break things, you know? Okay. This should be more than enough. I just need like the inch. Here we go. Oh, I almost forgot I need the stuff for like the Santa ball part. That I'm not gonna try to pull a bunch of fabric out for. About here. Let's get that out of the way. Yeah, Santa ball can be made out of like this much fabric. It's always good to cut your fabric in squares. It's just like the best way to go, really. Because you're basically trying to build it. Okay, so that for Santa ball. This for the trim. And this for the hat. Altogether, these shall create 2 Santa hats for the babies. Mishaps and all, the authentic experience. Yes! We're all here to learn together, and when I make a sewing mistake, I can explain what went wrong, and then we can all learn from my sewing mistakes. Same with art. I love doing new crafts. Okay, so... Yep, and these all color match, because it's literally just red and white. It's hard to fuck up that color match. Measurement thing can go back there. Okay. Trim's gonna go away for just another second because I want to go ahead and get the rest of this separated first. So obviously here we have our beautiful stuff for the trims. We don't need this much trim for both hats. I'm cutting it down the center so we can separate this for both of them. SHOJI! Gonna get my hand cut open. Just gonna, you know, just dye this myself. Really, you know, blood, sweat, and tears it. Honestly, yeah, regular Pokeball. I could make a real bougie Pokeball. Like, I have like a little poke. Oh my god. Remind me of that after we finish the Santa hats, because I might actually do that. That'd be really cute to give like a little Pokeball. That would actually be precious. Oh my god. Frauder! I don't know why you're awake either, but it's always fun to have you here. Bed is very important. I went to bed way too late, as evidenced by the fact that I woke up and went, that's not good. It's stupid o'clock. Okay, so this is going to be the top layer. This is going to be the, oh my god. See, the other problem is both of these fabrics have a lot of, like, fluff. So you're going to see, like, a million bits and pieces just flying fucking everywhere. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, I went to bed, like, way too late. Me and Tech Team were talking about computer stuff, and then I was just up. And then I finally get to bed, and then he was like, let's talk about more computer stuff. You know, remind me about the Pokeballs when we finish sewing these, because I think a Pokeball plush would be really cute for them. Like, give them their own little Pokeballs. They'd be super cute. There's that. As per usual, here is our tomato. I went to say tomato, and I, like, channeled Kermit the fucking Frog for some reason. Okay. Tomato. Tomato. Also, yes, we will be finishing Fuku soon. I need to reschedule that stream. Hell yeah. I don't have a trash pile like I usually do, so we're just going to put it there and try to remember. Okay. I need my thread scissors, which are buried under all of this. That there. Where am I? There they are. I was about to say, where are the thread scissors? I know I have my thread scissors. They're really important, damn it. Okay. No, part A is the white thread because we need to sew these on to those parts. And also I got my pins ready. So no, we're not even cutting things yet. Put those over there. We're not cutting shit yet. I don't know why I have a seam ripper over here like I'm going to be ripping any seams right now. So. Go. This is the one I want visible on the outside. So it folds up like this. And then, looking at this one, yeah, this is the side I want visible from the outside. flip that over so it'll flip up like this. Yes. I'm going to write the directions on the back of these. That way I remember. That's going to like vanish in a little while, but just to give myself a basic idea of what's happening. And then next up, we have the actual vase. I probably should have looked up a Santa hat pattern, but we don't use pre-made patterns here on the Himi channel. We just kind of BS it and hope it comes out okay. So those are those. We're gonna get to the ball. I say we should get to the ball last. Let me look up a picture of a Santa hat. Let me Google a picture of a Santa hat really fast. 1 second, let me Google Santa hat. Because usually they just, yes, Santa J. Santa hat. Apparently that is a Santa service. Santa as a service. Okay. Yep, there's the lining. It looks like they have the ball envelop the Santa hat. Okay, so I'm kind of on the right track here. So we're going to start everything else first, and then Santa, the ball will go on last. He will mature like he's hitting puberty or something. I don't know. Anyways. Nose is runny. Nose does not need to be runny. Have you guys been getting all the crazy weather? Because here we've been getting all the crazy weather, and I'm not a fan. So let me... Oh, I never cut this by the side. Oops. There we go. Okay. I forgot to cut the side. I cut this from an angle. Okay, so there's that. This up. So we're going to do this. Cool. We're going to make these like at the same time just so I don't like forget a step on one and not the other. Trying to make sure I got the grain direction correct. And this grain correction is not correct. Okay. This is the correct grain direction. Here we go. It's cold, sometimes rainy. You want to trade? We've been getting like an apocalypse level of snow, man. It was actually pretty fun though for our New Year's party. I got to have my first snowball fight. I've lived up here for so long. You think I would have had a snowball fight before, but no, I have never had a snowball fight. It was very fun. This, as per usual, if these end up a little wonky, then them's the breaks. We're here to have fun. Come on. Yeah, that's good enough. What's up, Koopa? Honestly, just a nice Saturday vibe. It's my first Saturday I haven't worked in a million years. We're thriving. We're making Santa hats. Dude, snowball fights are so much fun. I feel really bad because, oh yeah, happy 2026. Oh my god, I just realized. No, we're pretending it's Christmas. I forgot we're pretending it's Christmas. But, it was really fun, and I felt bad because at one point, we had a bunch of friends over, and I was trying to sneak around the house to, like, surprise pelt him with a snowball. I have to sneeze again. Sorry. Yeah, I wanted to surprise get him with a snowball. So I leave a different door of the house, and I go to sneak around the side. But the problem is when you sneak around in the snow like that, and it's fresh snow. Thank you. Bless. When you do that, snow goes bump, 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 because it's like 6 inches of fresh snow. So he saw me, and I was like, oh no, I was gonna throw a snowball at you. One of the friends like, I'll do it. I'll throw a snowball at him for you. Tech Demon said, if you do that, I'm going after her, not you. And you did it anyways. So Tech Demon starts chasing me back around the side of the house. Turn the first corner. I turn the second corner. I'm back in our driveway now. And, like, I'm running across the driveway. I get to, like, the front porch, and I just hear boom. And I turn around. Poor Tech Demon. The friend even called it. As the friend described it, he's going to make the first corner fine, and then he's going to eat shit the second corner. And that is exactly what happened. He fell so hard, his glasses slid under somebody's car, and I felt horrible. He's fine. I feel so bad. Poor guy was just trying to, he was just trying to cause some snowball mischief. Okay, so here is this. Tragic. Honestly, though. Okay, so that's Santa Hat 1. I want this to be like halfway down. Okay. This is too high up. I need to fix that one. It's too high up. Let me pin this guy really fast. And then I have to fix the one up there because it's too high up. This is why it's good to make two-thing, because you realize your mess-ups before you start sewing the two-thing. Gives you a chance to correct your mistakes. Also, pinning Minky stresses me out because the holes are more obvious, in my opinion, but okay. So about here is where the Santa hat's lining will look like, and yeah, I just want that one to like a little bit higher. So let me do that. We're gonna just fold that up a bit. Cool, and I have to repin this whole thing. Bonk. Sewing is fun though. I love sewing. Thank you guys for giving me an excuse to sew things. Thank you for giving me an excuse to do any kinds of crafts. Like, I love doing crafts, and streaming has given me the excuse of, well, I'm doing it for a stream, and then Tech Demon is just like, okay. Because I hoard craft stuff. I like absolutely hoard craft stuff. So like, this is what they're gonna look like folded up. And then we're gonna like go over and like, you know, do the triangle shit or whatever, but this is what it's gonna look like for the actual lining to do. If I pulled out my sewing machine like a smart person, this would be done in like 30 seconds, but I don't feel like pulling out my sewing machine right now, so we're sewing this by hand. Surprise! I don't feel like getting out my sewing machine. Oh, my water. Okay. Hydrate. So let me go ahead and get this thread ready. A Santa hat is like a nice, easy thing to sew, honestly. Like, it's a triangle with like some extra stuff. This is an embroidery needle. We don't want the embroidery needle. Okay. This is the sewing needle. I almost pulled out the embroidery needle. Okay. That should be enough for at least the first pass. What I'm going to do is sew the base, flip it up, and then we're going to sew the sides up. Go. Again, sewing is all about seams. We're working around the seams. If you look at your shirt, you will notice that you never see the seams on the outside. Like, it's all hidden under, like your any clothing or stuffed animal. Like, the seams are always hidden because it looks nicer. And it makes it so, you know, they can't get torn apart as easy. Pretty much every sewing pattern you'll ever see works around hiding the seams. Unless it's like very bare bones, you just need the object, you just need it to do whatever it needs to do. I'm trying to knot this in a way that doesn't get pulled through that easy. Although these don't get really abused that much, but I just like to be safe. Here we go. Right, so I have done that. We now have our sewing needle. Oh God. Now we can start sewing. Yeah, no, we have to have like the super zoom out today. Please ignore my pajamas, but we need to have it like super zoomed out today so I can actually work. Because the plushies are huge. We're working with a lot of fabric. It's not like Fuku where it's like one tiny plushie. It's like I'm making stuff for mammoth-sized things, so we have to work around it. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, let's start here. I'd say that's a good amount of seam. We're gonna go through twice. The first pass is just going across in a line. Then I'm gonna probably fold it up, and then we're gonna do another pass. But for now, this is the basic bitch plan. And I'm probably just gonna, we're just gonna keep this flat on the table as I sew. Here we go, and we begin. Did everybody have a fun New Year's? I say pretending, we're still pretending it's Christmas, but how was your theoretical, totally, New Year that has totally not happened yet? I had fun. I had to work. I ended up, so stupid. We had already planned a New Year party when work said I had to work New Year's. So I ended up just staying up till midnight. We all did like a toast as the ball dropped, and then I slept for 2 hours and then went to work. Now, like, I don't drink, so that wasn't really the problem. It was more just the fact that I slept for 2 hours and then went to work. That was rough. You're good. I have crazy delay right now because for some reason my laptop is not accepting that I have the Ethernet cable plugged in, despite the fact I have the Ethernet cable plugged in. I do not know why. Yo, food. Nice. We had so much pizza. Like, we had so much. Because last time we had a house party, like, we had way too much food. We ordered way too much. So we were like, okay, we're going to order like 4 pizzas. And for the most part, that was fine. But, like, even just having, like, 2 extra pizza is a lot of pizza when you live in a 2-person household. That is, like, many pizza. Okay, here we go. Again, this goes by so much faster if you use your sewing machine like a smart person. I'm just kind of an idiot. Here we go. Also, the freaking... The puffy fabric also really wants to keep coming with. I have some. Hell yeah. Please. Too much pizza. Okay, here. These are not going to be perfect, but we're doing our best. Ooh, theoretically, barbecue, baked beans, and that's nice. Cabbage is a goated vegetable. Can we just talk about how amazing cabbage is? I fucking love cabbage. Cabbage is, like, actually the best vegetable. I roasted some Brussels sprouts last night, and they're delicious. I think it'd be, like, cabbage, Brussels sprout, asparagus on, like, my vegetables tier list. So freaking good. If we're going off green vegetables, at least. Because, like, potatoes are also amazing, but potatoes are, like, a class of their own. Potatoes are vegetables, but, like, they're like, a specific kind of vegetable, you know? Like, they're, like, a category of vegetable. Go. This one. Go. So much of the fluff keeps coming off. God damn it. Yes, oh my god, there's so many good vegetables. It's fair if you do not like vegetables. I am just a massive vegetable fan. Here we go. Okay. I should have just got my sewing machine out. It would just take, I don't know, man. I have to, like, make space for it. It's hard to talk over the sewing machine. So, like, it's easier just to hand sew so I can yap with you guys. And also, it do take longer, so we have more time to yap. And my nose is running. My nose is running. Running. Okay. Okay, broccoli is also amazing. Broccoli is like number 4. I do love broccoli. Raw broccoli as a snack is fucking goated. I love broccoli. Cauliflower is also amazing, but you have to, like, prepare it. I can't really... I don't really, like, mess with, like, raw cauliflower, like, if it's on, like, a vegetable tray, but, like, fried cauliflower is amazing, and I love it. And, like, I've had, like, cauliflower wings, and they're amazing, and I just... Cauliflower can do amazing things, but, like, he needs the help. Okay, making sure this isn't effed up. Here we go. I found the efficiency. We're making 2 of these things. I should probably, like, think about how can I make this, like, not take 10,000 years. We have a lot of fabric to get through here. That's too close together. I'm also trying to make the stitches, like, even. Even though you're not going to see these stitches because they're underneath, I'm folding this fabric up to hide the seam. Here we go. I want it to look nice. Needs to be purty. Now, some Santa hats, what they'll do is they will, like, fold over the top fabric. It depends on how cheap your Santa hat is. I'm over here talking like I'm the fucking authority on Santa hats, but, like, depending on, like, the quality of your Santa hat, sometimes they'll fold it up like this, and that's where they leave it. Some of them will, like, fold it over again so you don't feel the seam. I'm going for just folding it up once. Because, now you can store stuff in it. And frankly, this fabric is so fluffy, you cannot tell what an end is. I might change my mind, but for the most part, I am fine with the way it is right now. I'm not too pressed about making, like, a factory standard Santa hat. I just want my girls to have Santa hats. My little one there, that's the boy. He is just chilling right now. It's the lovely ladies, you know, they need their Santa hats. It's really important. That's pin number 1 done. Go. Yeah, because I could have pulled this, like, down further and then done the double flip. I just don't think I need a double flip. It's like a piece of this. I'm just gonna, there. They're gonna be little Santas. I almost made one of them, like, reindeer antlers, and then I decided against it. Because I couldn't decide who would have the reindeer antlers. And I'm trying to be egalitarian towards the Zorua children here. There we go. See, now the next holiday is Valentine's Day in our theoretical universe, where it's totally, you know, no longer Christmas, but it's totally Christmas right now. And I don't know, Valentine's is weird because me and Tech Demon want to do, like, nice things for each other, but we're also just, like, tired. So the last time we did something, like, really big and fancy was when, you know, he proposed. But other than that, I mean, we just kind of go, you want to just watch a movie and eat pizza? And it's just like, hell yeah, and that is Valentine's Day. It really depends on how energetic we are feeling. Go. For my birthday every year, that's usually what I do. I'm just kind of like, I want to watch this show and eat pizza. And that is what we do. This year we're going to round 1, though, but... Here we go. The round 1 collabs are, like, dropping right super close to, like, my actual human birthday, and I'm excited about that. Come on. Don't you dare tangle on me. We're too far in for you to tangle on me, goddammit. Okay. I can't do it. Love the simple things. Yes! And we've been married, like, a year, so I can't say I'm, like, the authority on, like, marriage, but I do think it helps just to be happy with each other, you know? Don't need anything crazy grand, just, I don't know, eat some pizza. I want to say Has-Been Season 1 dropped on my human birthday, like, exactly one, like, and I remember I just made him, like, watch pizza and eat TV with me, yes. Here we go. And I also made him watch all of Danganronpa, and that was really fun, because I watched Danganronpa when I was like a young teenager, and it's really, really funny watching him realize, oh, this is violent. Like, that was hilarious to me. And also seeing him try to figure out the mysteries. Try to figure out what I want to... I kind of want to force him to watch, like, Cinderella Grey next. I feel like that'd be super fun. And I just have so many anime that I like that I'm just kind of forcing him to watch so he understands that I'm yapping about them. This here. Cool. Then this here. Cool. These are only about 20 inches. I don't know. How wide is my head? I'm curious. Can I steal one of their... Can I steal, theoretically, one of my Zorua's Santa hats next year? Or today, because it's totally still Christmas? How across is my head? About here. Okay. Okay, my head is like a few inches, like barely a few inches more around than these guys, because, you know, human heads are oval shapes, but... And I'm also not I'm only doing it around their ear and their tuft. So in theory, I could probably steal one of their Santa hats. It really depends after, like, seam allowances and such. Who knows? Tech Demon probably cannot steal one of these Santa hats, though. No dudes allowed. These are the girls' Santa hats. I want to make him wear reindeer antlers. He gives Blitzen. Did you guys ever watch all of the other reindeer growing up? Like the Christmas movie? It's about the dog who, like, really likes the male. There's, like, the evil male guy. And Olive really, like, oh my god. I have, like, vague memories of this movie. I made Tech Demon get it for us, and I want to sit down and watch all of the other reindeer. I remember adoring it. I remember there being, like, crazy songs. I just remember it being a fever dream, and I love fever dream movies. It's like, I want that. Oh, come on. Go through the fabric. Thank you. Again, sewing machine, this would be done in like 3 seconds. Hand sewing takes a fucking century. We are in the 18th century. Fun fact, I think every fabric I'm using right now, I got on my honeymoon. The fluffy stuff I got for a cloak pattern that I got whilst we were in Williamsburg. And then the minky I got at the Joann's right outside of it, because I think the news broke, like, right around our honeymoon. So, in a way, this is I don't know, this is honeymoon craft. Here we go. Poor Tech Demon. He just, like, dropped me off to run into the Joann's myself, because we couldn't find parking very easily, and he was just like, I don't even like fabric. I was just like, I want to go before all the good fabric is gone. And then I got, like, a shit ton of minky for, like, really cheap, so was worth it. Husband waited in the car. Sexism is alive and well. Okay, here we go. I, like, dropped a stitch for a second. So familiar. I just remember it being a fun movie, and I want to watch it again. Like, that's my homework. Everyone go watch all of the other reindeer. I have no idea where you can even, like, legally watch that movie anymore, but, like, go source all of the other reindeer somewhere. Okay. Trying to make sure I don't F up these stitches too bad. This is, like, an under, so it doesn't matter too much, but, like, trying to make sure I don't, like, F it up terribly. Here. These are made with love and craftiness and a joy of using fabrics. I have so many fabrics. Like, genuinely, I have way too many fabrics. I just love that I have an excuse to use these fabrics, and we're using them for festive Santa time. Go. almost halfway through this. How long has it been? I probably don't want to know, but... My God, yes! Thank you! Everyone, go watch Olive. Okay, I'm trying to move my freaking chat window up. Why is my mouse, like, having a fit? This mouse is going bad, and it's, like, causing me psychic damage. Okay, here we go. I go through wireless mice like some people go through socks. I swear I'm not mean to the wireless mice. I think I just, like... I think I just stress them out. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this line has definitely gone down. I need to, like... We need to bring this back up. I've gone, like, a centimeter further down than when I started sewing this line, so we're gonna... Just gonna casually run it back up real fast. Try to speed run some of this. Okay, this pin is done. We are done with it. Okay. We are about here in terms of this first line. I don't know why I keep underestimating how long it takes to hand sew something. I've sewn most of my life. I should know how long it takes to hand sew something. I'm just kind of an idiot. Has anybody here sewn things? I don't know. I don't know how much of this is just me just, like, blind leading the blind, but... I like sewing. Sewing is fun. Here we go. One day I'll actually buy a real tripod. Like, one day I'm going to buy a real tripod, and it's going to be great, and then we can actually see what's going on. I want to improve my camera setup at some point, because, like, I do genuinely love doing hand streams. I know my setup is, like, slightly subpar, because I'm just... It's made of hopes and dreams. Okay. See, now I'm, like... Now we are power stitching. This is too low. That needs to be fixed. I keep going too low on these. We need to, like, we need to keep this, like, a similar height all the way throughout, and I'm trying to give it, like, I'd say, like, a 3 centimeter, if I had to give it, like, in a metric. I haven't sewn a day in my life. It's a fun hobby, to be fair, and then you can fix all your clothes if you have, like, a favorite shirt, there's a hole in it. Ooh. Sewing machines are so nice, and if I was smart, I would have grabbed mine out for this project specifically. But I just could not be bothered to set it up. I'm gonna be so real with you. It's sitting in my office. It works great. Like, sewing machines are amazing, and you're gonna love it. I was already behind getting this stream started, and I was just like, you know what? We're just gonna hand sew. Because also, you can actually hear me when I hand sew. When sewing machines can get loud. Hand sewing is very, like, relaxing, though. There we go. I have been sewing since, oh, jeez. I had to have been middle school when I, like, first started picking it up. I just remember I used to make my mom thread on my needles because I couldn't see the needle. And to be fair, I still would if I could, but unfortunately I don't live with my parents, so I had to, you know, get good and just learn to, like, thread the needles myself. And now it's harder because my eyesight's gotten worse, but we make it happen out here. We do the best we can. I usually buy needles that are a little larger than I probably should be using just so I can actually see them to thread them. Come on. Here we go. Yeah, because, like, I understand fully that, like, the needles I'm using will definitely show a hole in the fabric if you're looking closely, but this is why God made seams, so. I just can't see. And I refuse to stop sewing because I'm like, blind. We are making really good progress with this. We are kind of thriving right now. Here we go. Maybe by the time Tech Demon gets back, you know, we'll actually have, like, Santa hats. And I can be like, look, sweetie, they have Santa hats! And he's just going to look confused and go, like, very nice. Good job, babe. And then he's going to, like, probably go back to bed because he got woken up at stupid o'clock in the morning. He has very confused dad energy where I'm just like, look at my thing! And he's like, good job. Like, thumbs up. Don't know what's going on. Our usual activity is just watching cartoons together. If it's not in that purview, and if it's not computers, he'll just be like, good job. He is not artsy. Okay, we are halfway, 75%ish through. Oh no, string mesh up on the inside of the jacket. Oh god. That sounds like a feeding issue, but oh man. That's the other thing too, is because it's like such a complicated piece of freaking machinery. There's so many things that could go wrong. And like, ah, geez. Here we go. It's usually why, like, when I have to sew with like silkier fabrics in a sewing machine, I'm like aggressively careful, and you can't use certain stitches on those because they'll pucker, and that's super fun. And you have to be careful about how you load the machine. Oh my god, there's so many things that can go wrong. Cool, I guess. That is literally it. Oh my god. This poor man, he's just trying to live, and I'm out here like, look, I made my plush dogs like they're hats. And he's just like, cool. Great job. Glad to hear it. I don't know. He doesn't give me too much on like his obscure computer things because he knows I won't understand, but I want to understand. Like, I want to hear it. He's just like, you're not going to get it. I will yell at the computer people who will, you know, understand what I'm talking about. And I was like, no. Tell me about your computer stuff. I want to know. There we go. Yep. Okay, come here. See, now, what I gotta do next, I really need to sit down and just look at all of my fabric and just kind of plan out some projects for it. Because I keep hoarding fabric because I think it's pretty. And that's a horrible, horrible habit. So like now I have like a million things like, I'll use this for a project eventually, and I don't actually use it for anything. Like all this minky. I wanted to make like a high quality Himi plushie at some point. I just need to get other colors of minky before I can do that. It's like, if you see this red come back up again, it might be for that. Dude, Adventure Time. Yes. Tech Demon just finished watching all of it. I remember watching it as a kid, and like I remember vague plot points like Flame Princess and stuff. And then Tech Demon is like, oh, and this happened, and I'm just like, what? I need to sit down and like properly rewatch it because he also really likes Fiona and Cake. My proudest moment as a partner, as a wife, is just I was the one who told him that Fiona and Cake was coming, and he was so freaking excited. Like, that was, like, he was so freaking hyped for it. Jeez, here we go. Okay, there we go. We keep up with, like, a lot of cartoons. Here we go. It's cartoons and arcades. I have, like, I have, like, I don't know. How do I words? I took every sewing class my high school offered, and I did it a lot as a hobby, so I have, like, enough sewing knowledge to get by. I just can't see myself as like a professional seamstress. I just like making goofy things for my stuffed animals. Frog! Thank you for the raid! Whoop. Let me check my, let me actually look at my stream manager. There we go. Okay, Chrome, I do not care about the multi-viewer. Okay. Thank you for the raid! Bless! You know, I have to reset my bot. I think my bot, like, unconnected. Welcome to sewing right now. I have 2 super cute Zorua plushies, and they need Santa hats because it's totally still Christmas time. I just breathed in a piece of the freaking the soft fabric, but like, here. I have 2 Zorua plushies. One is the Hisuian, one is this one, and they just really need Santa hats. So I'm making them Santa hats. Honestly, it's going pretty well so far. I'm happy I get to use the higher quality fabric because I love using felts because felt is like low stress, super cheap. And this is like high quality. It's hard to resource this fabric if I need to replace it, but like it's soft. And I'm gonna hug these Zoruas at the end and they're gonna be super soft. What did you guys do today? Did you guys game or did you guys craft? I guess, does draw count as craft? Is drawing a craft? I actually have no idea what to, like, label that as. I should probably know that. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is definitely not an orderly line of stitches, but it's enough to get the point across. I have not looked at the behind of this. I keep breathing in the stupid... I keep breathing in the fabric. Cozy game of the coma. Oh, no. I'm so scared. Oh, God. What was the cozy game I just got? Where it looks cozy, but it's apparently not at all cozy. I'm so intrigued. What is the coma? I have not heard of the coma. Are we in a coma? I feel like I could be in a coma. I'm making Santa hats right now. DDLC? Not DDLC. I have not played it, but I know enough about it that I know the plot. And who was the pink-haired one? Not Sayuri, the other one. She's my favorite. She looks like precious, and I love her. Consider it a craft? Fair. I mean, a lot of the time people draw before they sew, so they can get like the idea of what they're making down. It's like a chicken and the egg situation. Natsuki, yes. Kimochi Classroom. Now I got Unpacking and I know nothing about it, so I am excited to play it. I don't know if it's just because I'm gonna get overly stressed about making it nice, or if it's actually gonna be uncozy. I don't know. This channel is just quite literally housewife simulator. I am just housewife making fun thing. So who knows? It may just be being stressed. We still have boxes from when we moved, and we moved in like 5 years ago now. At this point, I'm just accepting those boxes are never actually going to move. Like those are just permanent boxes. Okay, there we go. Coma 2 Vicious Sisters is totally cozy and not terrifying. I am sure it is the most calm game ever, and when I'm having a terrible day and I'm really stressed out, that is the first game I'm gonna go to now. What was another one? I can't even say Me-Side was... I know Me-Side was like not a cozy game. That's the first thing I think of when you say my dating sim, it's totally cozy. I don't know, I'm always on the fence about streaming DDLC. I have it in my Steam library. There we go. But guys, don't you want, like, they're also, mentally stable. Don't you want to date this totally mentally stable girl? She's just, she just wants to love you. She just wants to love you. There you go. Oh, don't mind me just dropping my freaking sewing needle. Just trying to lose a hand. No big deal. Shoji is watching, but it's muted right now. Like, he's just here for the vibes. And I'm just trying my best not to, like, have him look over, and then, bam, it's surprise, Himi loses a hand simulator. I got streamed DDLC. One of them was just hanging around. You have to remind me in the Discord, or I am totally going to forget. That's the biggest thing. If you remind me in, like, the Discord, like, in writing, and you remind me regularly enough, I will actually remember to do things. I just have one brain cell, and it's doing its best to remind me to breathe. I'm really bad at using my brain cell. Let's see. We are almost through the first line. We're almost there. I'm sewing at, like, the speed of molasses, and that's why it's taken this long. Like, I should really be speeding up the pace a bit, but sure, a very wholesome game. Kind of freak was to say someone mentally stable. You sound like Tech Demon. You sound like my husband. Dude, he actually told me the other day. I was like, oh, what made you like me? I thought I could fix you. Just ouch. Ouch. To the heart. I can fix her. I can fix her. Oh, God. Get some good sleep. Thank you so much for the raid. I wish you a actually cozy sleep. So guys, when you look at your favorite, housewife streamer, just remember, I can fix her. Got attacked. I like to think I'm well adjusted. I think I'm well adjusted. Ah, jeez, that was so long ago. Going on, I think it's 8 years this year, but just remember, even at your most unstable, there is someone out there who will love you because they think they can make you go to therapy. He could literally come back home at any time, and he's gonna walk in and just hear me say that. Very patient dude. Okay, that was the last pin on this row, and then we are done with the first set of the first row for the first hat. I promise we're gonna speed up the sewing at some point. I promise I will bring us back to like a speed. Here we go. Because in theory, this really shouldn't take this long to sew. I am just really good at yapping and getting distracted. I'm sure we want to see the Santa hats by, you know, because it's totally not 2020. Okay, I think I'm back now. Hi, can you hear me? Somebody please tell me you can hear me. And there's Saribot yelling at me. Hi again. Okay, sick. I do not know what happened. My internet like just straight up died for a second. I had to call Tech Demon like, hey, maybe you did something. And the second I say, oh yeah, I can fix her. Cool, can you also fix the internet? We have fixed it though. Everything is fine. We are thriving. I don't know why the internet just had like a full on like mental breakdown, but I don't know. Maybe, again, it's been snowing like crazy outside, so it might have just been, I don't know. Maybe the internet company just said, no, it's too cold. Don't want to work today. I mean, I feel it. I don't want to work today. It's freezing. So, what were you saying? I don't remember where I was before the internet died. What was I talking about before the internet died? I remember I was talking about how Tech Demon thought he could fix me. I don't know. I think I was fixed, but here we go. Okay. We are almost done with this line. Nope, the sewing line. I realize it sounds horrible without context. Oh my god. So here we go. This is the first line of hat 1. I have to make sure the stitch ends inside so that the seam isn't showing. Here we go. Anyways, like I was gonna say. Okay, here we go. Okay. One more stitch up, and I think we are good. Oh god, okay. Bam. Sick. Dope. Here we go. All right, that is the first line across. So now when we flip this up, we will have the actual thing that goes around the Santa hat. Remember to spay and neuter your spouses, I guess. Careful, guys. You need to neuter your spouses or you might get like a bunch just running rampant. God, that is horrible. No, no, no. That came out worse than I meant it to. Oh, God. That didn't English. My English is broken today, okay? My English is just gone. English is my first language. I'm just a tired creature. Okay, that's tied off, so I don't have to worry about it. Let's tie this off so it doesn't, you know, fly everywhere. Here we go. Again, expensive fabric. There is pressure right now. The expensive fabric needs to be, I can't even say I'm going for, sewing, I never go for perfection when I sew things because it's just not how it works, but like, I'm trying to make it as nice as possible. Okay, so, and, bunk. There we go. Okay. I'll hold this up closer so you can like maybe possibly see it, but here we go. All the way across, that is our first stitch line. That way now, when we flip it over, that is how we get this line of Santa stuff. I'm not gonna double flip it because I don't think it's noticeable on the bottom that much that it's not flipped because it's a very fluffy fabric. So now it's just a matter of flipping it again to sew it underneath. Whew. And then bam, we will have our Santa hat. I probably cut more than I needed to for this, but them's the breaks. I wanted to make sure I would rather have too much than too little when it comes to this. Because it's easier to work around having too much than too little. All right. There is him. Now to do it again for the second Santa hat. Because we have two Zoruas. All right. Here is hat number 2. Same as before. We're just sewing. Monk. Mr. and Mrs. Claus. I want more Christmas. I didn't get to do much Christmas because I was busy with work stuff, so now I'm like very aggressively insisting that we are Christmasing. It is Christmas. You cannot stop me. New Year's is real after this stream. Okay, New Year's is a thing after I didn't sew this enough. I didn't tie the knots enough. Here we go. I speak English is like my native language. I took like a million years of French in school, and I've been to Paris, but I can't say I am like a great French speaker. I would probably make them like, I would get laughed out of a room if I tried to have like a full conversation. I could say things like je voudrais un toilette, or like, oh god, I can't even remember that much. I just remember je voudrais and like some random nouns, but I would get laughed out of a room if I tried to actually communicate in French. Dude. And I've been like picking up Japanese by osmosis just from watching Japanese streamers and just generally like Japanese Twitter. Which is a horrible place to learn a language. Oh my! Imagine learning English through Twitter. Just like take a second and like think about that. Okay, come on. Let me get this chain started. Okay. There we go. I had to get the chain started and it wasn't starting for a second. So now we just sew. Bunk. Okay. I swear on my life I'm gonna try to sew this faster so we can actually see these Santa hats by like the end of the next 12 hours. These really are not that long of a thing to sew. If I actually bothered my sewing machine, like this would be done in like 2 seconds. Hand sewing is fun, okay? Hand sewing is great. Hand sewing and working internet. I still don't know why the internet just dropped there randomly, but I don't know. Them's the breaks apparently. Go. At the very least, I'm not breaking our internet again. Here we go. The laptop I use to stream hand stuff, like, you know, crafts, because I have 2 computers. There's this laptop, which was originally for work. I got this for an internship that was like, bring your own device. I no longer work there, so now it is just the streaming laptop. But, I didn't use it for like 6 months because I put it in a quote-unquote place I won't forget, because that's totally how it works, you know? You're like, I'll put this here and I won't forget it because it's a special spot just for this, and then you can't find it and you're tearing your house apart and you don't know where it is. I love when I do that, but when I finally turned it back on, I had to stop Google Drive, like just hard pause everything because it was destroying our internet bandwidth. It was like taking all of our down and our up because it was trying to sync like 6 months worth of files between 2 computers. And I have a lot of projects. So Tech Demon got mad at me the first time that happened because he was like, dude, I'm trying to remote into my PC, and I can't, like, you have completely taken down our network. You ever just DDoS because you're trying to sync your art folder? So now, I'm a good noodle, but I also don't know if he ever, like, unthrottled my computer. Because he did throttle my computer because it was destroying it. And I was like, I need to get these files back, please. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, because my big PC has, like, you know, it's where I do my work at, and it's also where my VTube model lives. The piece, like, the laptop can't handle me using VTube Studio. I have tried. I have tried. It requires me using 2 different cameras, and my CPU on this thing just cannot handle it. It cries, it freaks out, it doesn't like it. I'm not here to push it. I want to try doing, like, you know, just getting the data from the other room and bringing it in or something, but that's going to take, like, that's going to take time to actually, like, troubleshoot. Okay, there you go. There's so many tech things I want to do, especially with, like, you know, what I do now for work. Like, I want to bring, like, the media stuff I have gained and make my streams even sicker. I can fix them. Here we go. I didn't think I could fix Tech Demon. He was just smart and knows the computers. Oh god. Oh, no. Come back. I dropped the thread again. Okay. I'm gonna have to, like, rethread this needle halfway through, but we're just gonna get as far as we can before I do that. I don't mind if we have, like, 2... I don't mind if we have 2 sets of thread coming in through here. It just means there's, like, one less... Like, it means there's one more, like, guard against complete failure of the steam, even though this is going to have a couple more points of, like, protection against the seam. Okay. Here... I'm just saying, these Santa hats are so soft. Like, you can't feel through your screen, obviously, but, like, these Santa hats are so soft. I love these Santa hats. These were made with blood, sweat, and fabric that I've been hoarding for, like... Yeah, no, it's been over a year. It's been over a year. Oh, no. Because we went on honeymoon and... Yeah, it was a year. I've been holding on to these fabrics for too long. I have, like, a whole... There is an entire wicker basket that is overflowing with different kinds of fabrics. Some of it's, like, the cheap, like, you know, you go into a Walmart and they have, like, the squares of fabric for, like, $1. I have, like, a million of those with, like, pretty patterns. And then I also have, like, you know, fabrics like these, where it's, like, actual wool from a sheep. Or, you know, minky that costs a bunch of money per yard. You know how much it costs for wool per yard? It's disgusting. I can't be shocked. I mean, it's real wool. So I can't be like, why is it so expensive? But, bro, it is expensive. Okay, here we go. Williamsburg was kind of that was like a financial mistake, because then it was just a matter of, oh boy, there's all these cool patterns of, like, 18th, 17th century, like, clothings. But they also, the coolest thing about it, I got, like, a few packs of it, was they actually they sold wool from the sheep that live on the property, and, like, with, like, handmade dyes. So I have, like, a few. I don't know what craft I want to use them for yet because it's special, but, like, I have hand-dyed sheep's wool, and I just think it's neat, and I'm scared to use it because it's too nice. Like, it feels like when you're in a game and you get, like, the best item in the game, but it's a consumable, so you want to save it and then you never use it because it's too special. I need to just... I need to get over my hang-up. I need to just use the things that I have. I need to actually, like, use the purchases. Okay, we're making a lot better progress. I'm trying to sew this faster, I swear. Because next up is going to be sewing the hat shut. And that should really be a faster process. I just want to get these sewn up. Because what we're going to do with this, we're going to make the corner happen, and we're going to make it like an actual, like, hat. I'm probably going to have to cut off some fabric for this. I just wanted to get this part started first. And then the scrap fabric will go in the scrap fabric pile. Step A, though, was just getting the seam for the actual lining of the cap done. Everything is a square until it needs to not be a square. That is my philosophy in life. It needs to be a square. Anybody who actually like sews professionally who might find this, I'm so sorry, because I know this is like so incorrect to what you're actually supposed to do. I just sew with vibes. We sew with vibes and rough guesstimates. Oh. Here we go. Okay. Bonk. Okay. Bonk. We had some, geez, like this. I could see the thread is starting to get tangled, but I'm choosing to ignore it for the hope that it just stops tangling itself. There we go. Boop. Boop. Yeah, so I'm gonna fold it in, and I'm gonna pin and then cut off what we don't need while still leaving seam allowance. And then we just sew up, and then we work on the little Santa ball and sew that on, and we're done. Santa hats, in theory, should not be a complicated craft. I'm just very slow at what I do. I am just really slow at what I do, and we are doing our best out here. Come on, come on. I really hate when I keep getting, like, random bits of, like, actual clumping. The pain of using a nice fabric. There's like pile to this. I forget what this even is. This is not the real sheep's wool. This is like, this feels like a synthetic fabric. I just know that it was soft, and that is why I bought it. Because I also have a really pretty like moon fabric that would like, I planned on using to make like a little blanket, but I kind of harvested some for the Santa hats. Oh, it does. Thank you so much. Okay, my mic. Okay, at least my mic isn't actually muted. We're gonna go back to latency. I am so sorry. Bam, and that can go over here. Thank you. I forgot about that. Oh, go get good sleep. Get some good sleep. Bless all y'all who were up at like insane hours. I appreciate you. I promise we're gonna have really good Santa hats, and you'll get to sleep at a human hour at some point. I know, I slept in today. I slept in way too much. I was a bad noodle. I think I got up and started setting up at like 11:45. I set this for noon my time, and then that ended up just not working. I forgot that I had to like re-pull out my entire like computer setup, and then I have to like get all the fabrics together. I was slow. And then we had Tech Demon, you know, Mr. Oh, that box you're using as your tripod. I must retrieve something from it. But that's also on me, because I keep just stealing... Here we go. I keep stealing boxes he leaves to make tripods. One of these days, I swear to everything, I will actually buy a proper tripod. And we can have, like, slightly higher quality hand streams. The next game is probably going to be unpacking, or I might start another art lock for Pokemon. I'm torn on which one to do, because both seem fun. Like, they're both going to be things, I just don't know which one to do first. I just like the art locks because I feel empty without, this stitch is kind of messed up. I kind of effed up that stitch, but we're just going to have to work around it. Thankfully, these are hidden. So the biggest challenge is going to be just making sure that both sides of this, like, both sides of the lining stay pointed in the correct direction when I sew up, that way that they actually, here we go, okay. We're back on track, we're back on track. Come on, there we go. Okay. Normal stitches again, we're back on normal stitches. Yeah, that way that the actual seam, like the lining stays up. I'm kind of relying on the actual sewing of the hat to hold the lining up. That way I don't have to have like a bunch of extra lines of stitches that may just mess with like the shape of the hat. We are going off of vibes and hope. Here we go. Okay. There's like a little section where the stitching looks real sus, but we We have conquered it. We have moved past it. Okay, so we are about here. We have this much more to sew for the first line, and then we will go ahead and make the hat shape. I definitely cut too much fabric for the red. Like, I need to cut it more like this to actually make it go around. But I wanted to get this done, and it's always better to cut in rectangles. That way your actual bolts of fabric or your pile isn't going to be all sorts of weird when you're trying to cut a pattern out. You want to make sure that you're not making it weird so you can cut a pattern out. I hope that's Tech Demon on the porch. That is Tech Demon on the porch. Okay. It's like, I don't want to get robbed right now. I'm making Santa hats. I need to make my Santa hats. You think I could just offer this burglar a Santa hat and they would just not burgle me? That'd be great. just, hey, I have Santa hats. Can you not? Thanks. Oh, jeez. What was the one? I think it was a Reddit post I was reading. It was like the chick who went to dogs, like, feed their friends' dogs, and she accidentally broke into the wrong house because she thought she forgot her key. That was hilarious to me. There you go. I think the closest I have to a story like that, when I was like 15, I worked at a pizza place. It was my first job. I was 15, and I was not very bright. I am still not very bright, but I worked there with one of my mom's friend's kids who had the same name as me, fun fact. But one day we're both working the front together. It's like a month or two after we started, and she says, "Hey, Himi, I left my water bottle in my car. Do you want to run and grab it real fast?" And I was like, "Sure. I'll go do that. I'm helpful." And I knew her car because it was her mom's car. It was like this red minivan. She had like a million siblings. Like, it was the one that could move them all everywhere. So she always parked in the same spot every day too, and like at the back corner of the lot. So I go to the back corner of the lot. There's the red minivan. I go into the red minivan and I'm looking around and I just do not see a water bottle, Chief. Like, I'm digging around. I just do not see one. And I, like, maybe it's under something. I'm like digging through the stuff in this car and I'm not seeing this. Finally, at one point, I notice in the cup holder, there's like an ID badge. Like, you know how like you wear on a lanyard so you can get into a building? And I noticed that it says like, da-da-da-da-da-da, teacher at da-da-da county schools. Guys, her mom is not a teacher. I just felt myself go pale. Like, the car was unlocked, but I just thought she left it unlocked. So I just immediately shut that door and went back inside. I was like, "Hey, other Himi, where did you park today?" And she changed her parking spot because the spot was taken at the time. And I was just like, oh, I totally just broke into that lady's car. She's probably going to freak out when she comes back in and looks at it. Oh, God. I didn't take anything. I didn't notice. If I was that lady, I would be so freaking paranoid for like the rest of my life. Like, who is skulking around my car and why? Oh, God. Okay, so I need to start a second thread because I was running out of thread with the first one. So we're just going to go ahead and tie this guy and then thread a new needle really fast. And then we are on to hat shaping. We're like 60% through this stitch. I did not have enough thread. Here we go. Honestly, I didn't think the thread I would have for the first one would be enough. I was surprised to see that I had too much. Okay, so there's that. I need my tissue really fast or I'm gonna die. Trying to think about other times I've, like, I know whenever any of my friends get a new vehicle, I will just keep going to cars that look like their old vehicle. Like, Tech Demon got a new car a while ago, and I still try to break into random cars thinking they're his car. They're not his car anymore. Okay, so I forget what needle I just used. Is it this guy? It was this guy, okay. So let me grab this. Okay, Get some thread going. And it's a lot harder to thread needles as an adult. I have bad eyes. It's easier, like, physically because I have, like, better motor control than I did when I was in middle school, but, like, brother, I'm blind. This should be enough. This is actually kind of overkill. Like, I'm gonna save this thread for making the little, like, ball parts, so it's not like a waste of thread, it's just, this is overkill for the amount I'm actually sewing. There, and then one more. Oh, I totally effed up that. Okay, here we go. Tying thread is fun. I'm terrible at it. Okay. There we go. Threaded. Back in business. Let's do this. Just gonna put this over top. I put way too much thread. Fun sewing fact for those who do not sew. The more thread on your needle, the easier a chance it's going to have to tangle. It's kind of a trade-off on when you're sewing. If you want to have a lot of thread so you're not re-threading your needle every 5 seconds versus having less thread, but it's not going to... Oh, this is going to look messy. I'm going to fix it later. Again, this is like hidden under the band anyways. I'm not like too stressed about this looking hideous, but... Here we go. Yeah, if your thread tangles, you're going to have to rethread it anyway, so it's kind of a... It's like a pick your poison situation. It feels like one of those game mechanics that like just exists to make life harder, but that's just... It's actually how reality works, which is pain. Shorten that a bit. Okay. Bonk. The other one's line is so neat, but unfortunately, this is reality. They're not going to both be perfect. Okay, so here. I'm doing both of these like step in, step together instead of just making one and the other, just in case if I F up one, I'm effing up the other in the same way. These will be the same. My daughters are getting the same hat. I am multiplying this by 2, darn it. They deserve to have lovely Santa hats. Okay. Doot. Here we go. I'm hoping Tech Demon brings me home food. I told him this wouldn't be a long stream. I severely underestimate how long it takes to sew things every single time. Okay, see, now we're getting into a rhythm. Now we've got a flow going. Sometimes I slow at this. I do slow. I'm very slow. Sometimes I sew at the speed of molasses, and sometimes I can like be lightning hands, and there is never a consistency. At this point, I'm just trying to. These are very rough stitches. Again, like I'm kind of relying on the sewing up the side to kind of hold a lot of this together. Because I'm not gonna throw these around. These are my plushies. I'm not like chucking them across the room like they're soccer balls. So we should be safe. There we go. See, we're making really good progress. We're getting so far. Only the middle part looks kind of terrible because I got the thread got tangled and then I got the cotton bits into the thread, and it just looks like a catastrophe, but it's fine because nobody's going to see it. Okay, back up. I keep doing the thing where I just keep getting like lower and lower when I shouldn't be. Here we go. At some point, we will also finish Legends, I swear. I am now 40 hours into Legends. I am rank E, and I have not finished the main story. 4,300 photos. I actually did like I took a bunch off my SD card. I have like plenty of room. We have a thick SD card. We buy all our games like hardware versions. So there's just nothing stopping me from filling the entire like 500 gig SD card with pictures of my dog. She is such a good dog. Solid creature. There we go. I need to get caught back up in Legends Arceus on like my streaming account. That way I can run around with a Hisuian Zorua. What's up, Cricket Gamer? Welcome to Sewing Santa Hats. I have very beautiful zorua plushies, and they desperately need Santa hats for very important reasons, because it's totally still Christmas. It's not January yet, okay? It's still totally Christmas time. We are pretending it is Christmas. Now, after the stream, then it could be the New Year, but this was supposed to be streamed in December. I had to reschedule stuff, and then this was like the soonest I could really like arguably promise to do it. So it's December right now. It is December 24th in my head, and you cannot convince me otherwise. Okay, here we go. We're getting more on track with the sewing. I'm like trying to zoom it a bit. So, we actually finish this by the time that I am like in my 40s. Okay, here we go. Wait. Bam. Okay. Sewing is a hobby of all time. I love ZA. I really do. I think it's a really fun game. I'm just really bad at doing what the game wants me to do. I just really like drinking at the cafes and looking at all of my animals and running around for 10,000 hours. I'm really good at running around for 10,000 hours. That is my favorite activity. There you go. Ow. Monk. Here we go. Wabam. Alright, we are 80% done with this stitch line. Then it's on to hat shaping. Are you guys ready to shape some Santa hats? What's up, Black Emerald? Streaming from the past, I see. It is totally Christmas time, okay? It's Christmas time. Christmas hasn't happened yet. It's totally the holiday season. I don't know what anybody's talking about. 2026 isn't here yet. I have to give my Zoruas hats for Christmas time because it is totally still December. Here we go. They're gonna look so cute. They just need the hats. They're gonna look adorable. Okay, see, we're making real nice progress. These fabrics are all very flaky. They're so flaky. I'm always terrified a real, actual sewing person will come in here and be like, wow, you're garbage. And they'll be right. They'll be so right. Bonk. Did you guys get any good Christmas presents? I don't think I was able to stream since Christmas times. Did you guys get any good fun presents? I cannot remember. If you celebrate Christmas. If you don't celebrate Christmas, tell me about your thing, because I live in a place that is just doesn't have much going for it. It's I'm always curious to hear what other people do. I had a ton of great food. I love the food. I also got to see the family dog, and I love the family dog. There we go. She's not as cultured as my hound hour, but she's still a very good dog. Bonk. Okay. We're almost done. Through the power of me, getting it in gear, we will actually finish this line of stitches by 2027. There we go. Oh God, I don't like thinking about the new year. What happened, man? Where are we? What time warp have I fallen into? Okay, here we go. I'm locked in right now. These are so soft, though. I'm excited about that. We're going to have some really... I don't know what to do with them year-round. I'm realizing I'm making, a very, month-specific hat here. But maybe we can make them different hats. Maybe I can make them some fun summer hats when it actually gets to be summer again. Or, little beanies. I don't know. I think beanies would be cute. Frankly, Zorua is adorable. And Zorua can wear, any kind of hat. And it would be precious. Come on. There we go. Okay. 3 more stitches and we're done. Okay. 1. And then bonk. 2. Okay, it might be like 4 stitches. 3. Yeah, no, it's gonna be 4 stitches. It's gonna be 4. 4. Now I just need to go back up. Okay. The row is done. I can't count. Yeah. So let me go ahead and get this cut, and then we can go ahead and start worrying about shaping the hats. I will save this white thread because we still have to make the little ball that goes in the top of the Santa hat. But for now, this. Okay. Now my red thread is terrible, and I need to get better red thread. I don't know why I only have 1 spool of red thread, and it's like very dry and brittle, and it tangles every 5 seconds. And I did not think to buy more red thread, so we're gonna have to live with it. Just be ready for the thread demon to come in and just refuse to cooperate no matter what we do. I'm just gonna have to sweep the kitchen floor again. It's like covered in puff. Okay. Yep, so here is this one. Trying to get the random fluffy bits. Okay, and this will be the second one. So now we have 2 Santa hats lined. Next up is actually shaping the things. And what I'm really gonna do for that is just put this together. Make sure this is inwards. Yep. Cool. Make sure that's normal. We're folding them in half. Make sure all of this is where it should be. Cool. Sorry, I'm like using my one brain cell to make sure this goes according to plan. Actually, a better idea, a smarter idea. Something a person with a brain might do. Fold these up as far as they go. And we're gonna pin it. Cool, and now I just have to remember that there are pins in this. Hopefully I remember there are pins in this. Okay. Because, brother, I cannot see. Cool. All right, so there's that. You do the same for this one. Boop. Okay, come on. Okay, that's pinned. And this guy over here did not get pinned properly at all. I thought I had it pinned right. He was not pinned right. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I'm working in mess and it's making problems and it's my own fault, but I'm not going to solve it. I'm just going to get mad at it. Okay. So those are pinned now, so I can actually do what I need to do. This is the inside that's going to turn into the outside. We're going to flip it. Need to make sure that these seam properly. There's just no way to do this like neatly. No way to do this neatly. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm turning my brain cell on. Boop. And boop. And boop. Cool. I overthought it. I overthought it. So we have this. The Santa hat will need to be... No. Bless. I'm trying to use my one brain cell to make sure I don't goof it up. About this. So we're going to go ahead and I need to, let's mark this first before I, let me mark this. I mean, half a brain cell. It's doing its best. It's thinking as hard as it can. Because that will make it that. I don't know what happened if I flipped that. That would actually work. I don't know. What happened if I flipped that like that? Alright. I'm intrigued. I'm going to see something. Again, I'm doing this with no pattern. So it's entirely me just kind of figuring it out as I go. I did not make a pattern for this hat. That would have been smart. I just thought about how it might work when I was showering, and that's pretty much what we're going off of. Maybe think about sewing patterns before you start sewing something. There we go. So if I do that, then I do like a this, maybe? If I just did it this, how much fabric would I be wasting? I'd be wasting a lot of fabric, but also, like, what would it do? So then we would flip our Santa hat. Ow. Okay. It'd be a little goofy, but it wouldn't be the goofiest thing in the world. Ow. Yeah, he'd be a little goofy. Sorry. Where I got none. I feel it. What's up, Flux? Welcome to I Don't Think Things Through. I have to sneeze again. This is what happens when you use fabric you haven't touched in 10,000 years. Okay. So it would definitely make a bit of a weird angle. So let's unflip that. There we go. It is unflipped. My hats may end up looking slightly bizarre, but that is just, them is just the breaks. Okay. So what we probably want to do then is just do up like this. They'll be kind of short Santa hats. But that seems to be the move. So let me repin this with that in mind. It's like an orange cat, except super lazy. Hey, orange cats are a gift to the universe. They are a mood, and I make surprisingly similar choices to orange cats. Okay. It should not be this sneezy. So we're going to do this, and then we'll have a Santa hat. We go ahead and start pinning. And they have to do the same. So we have to make sure, these are way too close together. Okay. To make sure the Santa hats are nice and even. And I should stop throwing super sharp pins at myself because that is a very foolish decision. Okay. Those here. If the hat top is like open a little bit, that's fine because we're going to have to actually put the ball on top so that can like hide it. For now, we just need to make it a Santa hat shape. Like we're so close. I was hoping I could just do the one side. I forgot how, triangles work. Triangles and their specific way they function. But we're working around my lack of knowledge of the Pythagorean theorem. Yeah, because that's one side. This would be the other. Boop. Am I out of pins over here? How on earth? Okay. We're getting out the box of pins. These ones stress me out a bit, but them's the breaks. Okay. That's a too sharp of an angle. Do this way. Oh God, I'm horrible at this. I'm sorry. Okay. That is a spare needle just lying there. Or pin. Okay. Trying to suss this out proper. There you go. Simple word, but sometimes like, how do I spell that word again? Mood. Sometimes my logic just fails me. Shoji just likes to watch me do things because apparently I'm like really good at just chaotic bitch thinking. Like he has fully watched me almost injure myself on a few occasions now because he just wants to see if I'll figure out what's happening. Like he just wants to observe, you know, the experiment in its habitat. Why is my nose so runny? Ah! Okay, that was like a straight up dinosaur noise that I don't think I could recreate if I tried. That was prehistoric. Oh, Pythagorean. Okay, to be fair, you can forget the Pythagorean theorem exists the second you are out of, like, algebra. Unless your, like, career aspirations involve it, then you can just fully forget that entire concept exists. Okay, so that one. Being right-handed actually kind of sucks in this moment specifically. That one. This one. A little bit more in this direction. Yes. Forget how everything exists. Alright, one more. Bam. Yep, and there'll be a little bit left, but that can be for the puffball. Which I have not gotten in my head so far how we're going to do the puffball, but we're making the puffball happen. Now, this is the only one that's going to be this, like, heavily pinned. I just needed to pin this so I can cut off what I need, and I'm just going to use that as a base for the other hat. So let me go ahead. Bonk. Permanent. I could not tell you half of what I learned in college. Don't ask me about before college stuff, because that's even worse, but, like, I don't know. At least my college, like, I studied for the field I'm in now, but a lot of it was just a little outdated, so I learned a lot more on the job than I, you know, got from my education. The piece of paper just opened doors more than anything else. So this can go there. Here is our basic Santa hat shape. Now we're going to go ahead and just kind of use this as a loose reference point for the other Santa hat. Here. Here. Okay. And now we start pinning. Go. See, that's not quite correct because I have this here. So we're going to start from what would be correct, and we're going to course correct. So that would be here. I lied. They're both getting pinned heavily. I need to make sure that this is correct. Gosh. I can't even give you one because I do not remember algebra off the top of my head. Listen, the engineering degree is because I can do circuits good. If you give me calculus, I suffer. I was horrible at calculus. Calculus is made by Satan. Okay, nobody needs calculus. Fuck calculus. Here we go. Physics. Oh god, I don't even want to think about physics too much. They're like, physics was also traumatic. I needed physics for the engineering degree, and I just remember barely passing that class. And even then, I think it was just the professor throwing me a bone, but very nice professor. I'm just really bad at physics. Was not for me, Chief. See, now I work in media. And media is a lot less math intensive than physics. There's like some coding in what I do, but like it's not, that's like the worst of it. A lot of it is just, you know, in the moment, knowing how the set works. This is a golden sewing needle. I don't know what this is doing. This is a literal golden sewing needle just chilling in my pin box. It gets to go there, I guess. Jiggle physics is the only physics I know. Hey, I did that when I made my live 2D model. No, that was super fun. I can promise you I did not use a lick of what I learned in physics when I made my live 2D model. Not a hair. I just used vibes and an allergy to physics. Boop. And also when I made the first HIMARI model, the 1.0, that was before like English tutorials really existed. So I used like a couple of Kiro Omori videos and Japanese speed rigging videos. And that is how the HIMARI 1.0 model came to be. Like, there's a lot of resources nowadays on like how to make a VTuber model, but back when I was starting, there was not. Okay. Here we go. And this side. More extra fabric over here. All right, we have these. I'm gonna sew these up, flip them inside out, and then we will put on the fuzzball that goes on top. We are getting closer and closer to Santa time. And now I have to start messing with, oh, my least favorite part. The red thread. The red thread that is not nice. Like, you can feel that it's, like, not as nice a thread. Yeah, I don't know why that gold needle is... Oh, there's a second one in here. What in the freaking... Ow. Yeah, these are just sort of golden sewing needles that are just chilling in my sewing box. Yeah, these are literally, okay, it's like the same as my actual sewing needles. It's just they're gold. I don't know, maybe it's like a Willy Wonka thing. You know, I found the golden needle. Does that mean I can have, like, perfect hats? That'd be great. I typically don't go into the needle box, like, or the pin box. I don't really pin like that. I need to for this pattern. I usually sew little stuffed animals. I haven't sewed a clothing item in centuries. What? Come back. Come back. Whoop. Here we go. Boop. And this is one that I'm very nervous to make too long because this, again, I know I've like hyped this red thread up as a villain as it is, but like this red thread is, it's terrible. It will tangle. It's not a matter of like if, it's a matter of when it tangles. Like right now, I haven't even tied it yet, and it just tried to tangle. Please, Mr. Red Thread. Okay. I have to use my eyes, my brain cell. It's 3 p.m. Why is it getting dark? I might have to turn the light on soon, which is unholy. Okay. That is the thread. I am going to tie it really fast, and then I'm going to remove the various white bits from it. And then we will be ready to actually start sewing. This red thread is mean, and I do not like this red thread. Okay. Okay, come on, you. Bro, it's like actually, this white piece is like stuck in this thread. One second, let me... I have to like get in there. Sick, okay. That's most of it. Alright. First things first. That's the side that's good. This is the side that needs sewn in. Okay. We're gonna put Santa hat number 1 over there so we can sew Santa hat number 2 up and around. Okay. And as previously stated, we will be starting from here, so the actual fluff is sewn into place. So now I get to play the where is the fluff game. Okay. Oh, this is actually so much harder than I thought it would be. I implore you to try to find the end of super fluffy fabric like this. That wasn't even a thread problem. That's just this thing is like a sheep. Oh, I just dropped. I keep dropping the needle. Okay. I keep dropping the needle. And I cannot see where I am sewing. Okay, here. Again, you got to be careful with long strands of thread because you run a very good chance of like getting it stuck. Like it will tangle on itself. So I'm trying to be a little careful as I go about this. I still can't see where on earth I am sewing, by the way. Like, this is just pure question mark. Now, this is something I actually wouldn't even trust a sewing machine with, just because it's such a thick fabric that, like, a lot of them, you would need, like, a thicker gauge something to handle. Okay. Just gonna keep going. Just gonna keep swimming. Just keep swimming. I don't know where I am. Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared. Mom, come pick me up. I can't sew. Tissue, 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 tissue. Okay, tissue. Okay. Oh, no. We still have some, like, raidy people. So raid people. Have you sewn before? If you have, I'm so sorry. Because watching this, I'm sure, is probably very stressful. But I promise I'm normally, like, okay at sewing. This is definitely an experience. Okay, there. Okay, here. Once we actually get to, like, you know, the minky parts, this will be a lot less Okay, here. Cool, we're almost through. Oh. It got stuck. I told you it would get stuck. This thread is terrible. And I have to be really careful so it doesn't get, like, completely tangled. Okay. Like, I have to, like, sit down and, like, gently pull it through and like lock in on it. Okay, now it needs to go in here a bit so I actually get some of the minky in here, because I'm pretty sure I'm not hitting the minky right now. Okay, yeah, I was not. So this is minky territory. Of course, the thread got stuck because it's this thread and it's awful. Come on. Oh, God. How does this even get this tangled? Ah! I set myself up for failure with this, really. The heck? Okay. How does this happen? I'm confused. Okay, this pin is done. I've got like this huge thing of thread, and I do not know how it got here or where this even is located. I'm probably just gonna have to cut this and then restart, because again, this red thread is evil. What's up, Azathoth? It is not 2026 yet, okay? It's just not. It's not. Okay, so this side is fine. So it has to be on this side where the issue is persisting. I don't see anything on that side either. Okay. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to sacrifice this. I don't know where this is. I hate having to cut like that, but I just do not know where any of these are from. This is too thick of a fabric to try to fight it with. Still indication. No, it's Christmas. See, we're making Santa hats. It's Christmas. Merry Christmas. It is Christmas time. Okay, I tied off the weird cursed triad here. So I just don't know where it came from, but it's the brakes. All right, take this guy. No, it's Christmas. I didn't get a chance to do any of my fun Christmassy activities, so it's not Christmas until tomorrow. Well, it's not the New Year till tomorrow. Right, let me turn this light on now. Welcome to an aggressively brighter room, now that I'm accepting the fact that it is now dusk. Now we're back to like a weird orange color. I tried to like color correct and remove some orange from it before, but it just kind of made everything look terrifying. And also, in reality, the light in here is just that orange. Okay. So now I got this guy. I want to celebrate my Christmas stuff. I want to do my Christmas fun stuff. I refuse. I will not go down without a fight. So we got that. Now that we've halfway sorted out whatever that nonsense was, let's continue. Okay. We just gotta go up the side. Boop. And then down the other side, and then we will have the next part of our hat. We're doing great. The countdown was actually fun for me. Like, we had a party. I just had work the next day, so I was very tired, but that part was fun. I'm just not ready to give up my fun Christmas stuff yet, because I had 2 Christmas activities planned, and then stuff happened. There is one more, depending on how fast we get through making the hats, and I'm realizing that we're already 2.5 hours in, because I always severely underestimate how long it takes to hand sew things. Without fail. Come on. I really, this red thread is the worst thread I have ever used. And I don't care if that sounds dramatic, it's true. What brand is this? Metro Scene, 100% polyester. Terrible thread. Come at me with the defamation lawsuit. I will stand by what I say. Please don't tell them. Please don't tell them I said that. I don't want a lawsuit. I don't think it's gonna matter, but just in case, don't tell them I said that, please. I don't want a lawsuit. Okay. Now we are back in business. And it is time to continue sewing our hat. Here we go. Boop. Are you guys ready to start your Valentine's planning? And how extra are you with Valentine's? I guess is the better question. Like I said, like me and Tech Demon, aside from like the literal proposal, like we're usually not that crazy, you know, hype Valentine's people. I just don't care for anything beyond like let's watch some TV and order pizza. Oh man, just that's my big thing is like some people get really into like it has to be perfect or they hate me. I'm just too tired for that. Like if we're not going to the Swiss Alps and there's chocolate made from, I almost said bears for some reason. If there's not chocolate made from bears, apparently, like it is over. And again, I used to work at Waffle House, okay? You know the kind of people who bring their spouse to Waffle House for Valentine's Day? There's two kinds. The one who both the couple is really chill and they're just like spending time together. Or the ones where the female is extremely upset and you're probably about to see the Jerry Springer show. My nose continues to act up. Now, mind you, I loved I loved watching the Jerry Springer ones. It made working Valentine's really fun. We would just do our Valentine's stuff before work or like celebrate it on a day I didn't work. Okay. Why is my nose so bad? You know, we're getting in the Christmas spirit, okay? Who knows? Maybe I'm allergic to, like, the hat fabric. We'll see. I don't want to be allergic to Christmas, but if them's the breaks, I guess. Come on. There. Ow. Again, really nice fabrics, just working around them sometimes. I could have made this with felt, and it probably would have taken the same amount of time, honestly. There's been like a couple setbacks due to like the fabric, but not a lot. I think my nose is just running because I haven't eaten today. Come on. See, now I'm trying to give it like decent-ish stitches because this is like the part that's actually going to matter somewhat. You know, I'm trying to make the hat look decent here. Bonk. That one is done. Just gotta go up. The little ball on the top is gonna be the hard part. Like, that is gonna be where we have to use our freaking brain cells. Okay, I'm like underneath this pin and it's actually making it really hard to do my job. Okay. Boop. Like, I didn't mean to go directly underneath the pin that I'm, like, sewing around, but that's just how it happened. Boop. Here we go. We are working so hard right now. Ah. Is school, it's like college and stuff still on break, like schools? I'm guessing they probably go back on Monday if I had to spitball, but I have no idea. I can't imagine any of them, like, actually trying to, you know, make the kids do stuff at this time of the year. Because, like, for year-round, like, you know, kids' school, this is the time of year where it's like, you watch a movie and your teacher zones out. For college, it's like winter break, I think. Okay, here we go. Boop. That's the next pin done. I continue to have a runny nose because I am just cursed. I'm just not allowed to finish these Santa hats. They cast plague on me. Santa has cast plague. I usually only get this about like in my office. I'm like moving a bunch of stuff around. But then again, this is fabric that's been sitting for ages and I just kind of, it's been getting a little dusty. I think that's what's happening. Freaking hashtag Dusty Santa over here. We are Dusty Santa. Oh God, Dusty Santa sounds cursed though. What part of Santa is the dusty part? That, I think it's my concern. Like what part of this man is so dusty? Go. Okay, next pin. We're not directly underneath it this time, so it's not as bad. We're doing it. I am trying to keep a decent stitch speed. I'm just, again, sewing machine. This would have been done by now. Okay, that's there, so I'm gonna make this one here. Okay. Sick. I lost my spot for a second. There. Here. Sewing around the pins is always fun. And I'm trying to keep the pins in as long as I can, just so I can keep the general shape and direction of the line right, because I didn't mark down anything. I'm just kind of going off of pins for like the actual pattern shape, because there is no pattern. I just sewed some squares and I'm hoping they become Santa hats. And so far it seems to be working. I am hopeful that this trend will continue. Here. Oh, for God's sake. I need my nose to quit it. There's no time. Tech Demon's gonna be like, are you ready to go get dinner? And I'm just gonna sit there like sad sniffle puss, you know, looking over my Santa hats like, man, I didn't mean to catch the flu today. I don't think I have the flu. I'm not around anything sick. I think it is just dust. Ah. Okay. Yeah, no, I think we're after Valentine's. Like, we're done with the American holidays, though. There's like St. Patrick's Day, but I don't really do much for St. Patrick's Day. It's just kind of everybody goes and has a party holiday. Here we go. And then, yeah, no, it's like various government holidays after that, but nothing that's like a huge you celebrate it celebration. Okay, that pin is done. Now we are on to the next pin. These pins are also getting, like, we're going through them pretty fast because I just... Bunk. I put way too many pins in this to kind of keep the shape tracked well. So now let me try my best to keep it that way. Here we go. Other good holiday... No, not even a holiday. You guys ever seen Hoodwinked? I think Hoodwinked is another, like, animated legend of a movie that it has no right being as amazing as it is. I love Hoodwinked. I want to rewatch that, too. I think I also made Tech Demon get that movie, too, because I just really wanted to watch Hoodwinked again. Here we go. Okay. I almost effed up the shape for a second, but I think I got us back on track. I think we're safe. I think we're safe. Yes, we are safe. We will have a bitchin' Santa hat in a second. That one. Not this way. I wonder what like other people from the same bolt of this like fabric made, you know? Like, they also went to the Joann's going out of business, bought a bunch of red minky. Like, what are they making? No, maybe a blanket for their baby or something. You know, like, there's so many things you can make with minky. I'm just making Santa hats for my, you know, non-sentient objects. Little Zorua might actually end up getting a hat. I don't know, but I'm taking way too long on these. So it's a big maybe. Where'd I put the needle before I blew my nose? Okay. You know, Santa hats and illness. Name a more iconic Christmas duo. I dare you. Come on. Oh, for Lord's sake, where is the thing? All we have left is one more pin on this side, and then we're going to tie off. Bonk. Get out. Somehow that is the first time I stabbed myself, I think, or like the second. I really don't stab myself too much with these needles. You'd think I would, like you'd expect that to be the case in like sewing, but and I'm pretty good about like just general where is the sharp object. I recommend picking up that skill. Also, this is such a good color match, it's actually kind of a problem because I can't see where the freaking line is unless like I stop what I'm doing. Here. Here. We're so close. I'm locked in. I am in the sewing zone. The zone. See, I'm funny. Okay, I'm hilarious. Okay. That is this side sewn up. I'm gonna like wipe my nose for the 18,000th time. I should make a counter for it. Oh my god. But we have sewn up that side, and it is good to go. Just gotta sew up the other side, and then, yeah, what I'm probably gonna do is freaking trying to think about how the best way to do this is. I could just flip it, and then just, we can like do a ladder stitch on the ball to get it to connect. And I think that might be the plan. I just want it to be nice from all angles. So what we could do too is leave this open, sew this around the ball, and then flip everything. So I'm gonna leave this open for now because that might also be the move. I just don't know yet. I'm trying to keep my options kind of open until I know exactly what the move is, so I don't, you know, unintentionally like screw myself out of a good option. Where? Okay, here we go. Wabonk. Wabonk, wabonk. Clonk. Wabonk, wabonk. Clonk. Come on. Okay. One more tie, and I will consider this a success. There. Gotta make sure it is tied super good. Cool. Look at that. Side one. Oopsies, I'm dropping it. Side one, nice and sewn. It's beautiful. We are making a decent Santa hat. Now for side two. With me and my eternal sniffles here. I don't know why I have such bad sniffles right now. I really should not have this bad of a sniffle. I'm gonna look like a mess because I'm also, I don't have tissues near me. I've been using paper towels this whole time. I don't know if you can hear it, but yeah, I've been using paper towels to blow my nose this entire time. Which is, you know, just really good for your nose. Just realized I had a pin still in here. Oop. Okay. So I got the surprise pin that I didn't realize was still in here out. Alright, that is good. Bonk. Guys, we are making good on our Santa. Freaking sick. Okay, let me thread more red thread. Why am I getting sniffles? I don't have time for the sniffles. I want my Santa hats. I'm so sorry if you hate sniffle noises. I also hate the sniffle noises. I'm like desperately trying to get my nose to calm down. Okay. Okay. Hydrated. We are making our Santa hats. Get some thread going. Cool. Drop the thread. Cool. Alright, needle. Like, it's a gorgeous thread. It is just an absolute nightmare to work with. It's like when you're seeing a girl and she's like hot as all hell, but she is just like the worst personality of all time. You have to decide if you want hot or personality. In this case, I have no option because this is the only thread willing to work, like willing to be what I need. I need the colors to match. These have to be nice hats. They have to be really nice Santa hats. To be perfect. Like, what did I inhale that is like causing such a strong nose reaction? Okay. And nobody's gonna want to touch these but me because I have been sniffling the whole time. Okay. One more tie on this thread, and then we are going to start the next part of the Santa hats. That's all done. Start from here and go up. Yep. I'm tempted just to keep one in my nose. I hate noses. You ever think about just like cutting your nose off and like going full Voldemort with it? I contemplate that sometimes. You know, just like, who even wants a nose? Is breathing through your nose, you know, that worth it? Think about just not breathing through your nose. Think about just like not having to deal with the nose. Sinuses are overrated anyways. Who needs a sinus? What are they good for? The answer is nothing. Sinuses are good for nothing. Okay. Bunk. Okay, back to sewing. Now that I am done having my nose fit. Bunk. Now I have to make sure this first one goes through okay. Okay. Could take like 30 minutes off this stream if we just remove all of the Himi has nose issues. Okay. Bunk. Bunk. Cool. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, now it's getting stuck on like random stuff. I can't even blame the thread. That it got caught in the sewing scissors. Did the lights just flicker or was that just me? Was anybody paying enough attention? Like I can't tell if that was me being blind or if the lights did just flicker. Maybe I have fully lost it. Maybe this is maybe the cold has finally taken me over. Okay. bonk. Now imagine this, but like for a whole shirt or something. And you will now know like the pain of living in like the 17th century. Imagine hand sewing like all of your clothes like this. I love sewing. That would probably be my 17th century profession. But also, it sounds horrible. Here we go. Boop. Imagine how much like slower life has to feel doing that. Just all you do all day is just sit here and stitch. Come on. There we go. Okay. Boop. Here. Boop. Here. Clonk. Okay. Nose. My brain is like slowly losing it. I did not account for random cold to be a factor of this stream. Okay. Technically, and I were supposed to go somewhere after this, and I still want to go to somewhere after this. He may just be too tired when he gets home, though, to be fair. Again, poor guy. He literally got called. He was dead asleep. He gets a call saying, hey, can you fix this? He goes, cool. He fixes it. The second he lays back down, and I'm like, good night, sweetie. I'm going to go sew some hats. He goes, he gets another phone call and goes, I have to go to work now. He was very sad. He just wants to relax. No holiday, no weekend for him. Oh, I do not envy. When the internet went out, I called him. That's why my mic was muted. I called Tech Team and I was like, "Hi, this isn't working." And I'm so glad I did, because the first thing out of his mouth was, "Oh, I'm at this location." And I'm just like, "Oh, I'm so glad my mic is not on." No, you just trying to casually dox, you know, just really out here. To be fair, if I was like calling him and like I didn't have my mic muted, I would have said like outright like, "Hi, you're on stream." Like that's just basic human courtesy. Like, I know I can never be the kind of streamer who just like I'm secretly calling them and they have no idea. I just can't do it. One, because you know they deserve to know, hey, they're being broadcast, and two, can you imagine if they just started like spouting off like your full government name or something? Go. It just feels like there's so many dangers. Like, no thank you. I remember the time I accidentally streamed my full address and my full name. I didn't realize that if you make a Steam in-app purchase, it would share that window. So like I just had my full everything. I had to go back, and I think I took the VOD down entirely just to be safe. Just thanks so much, YouTube. And I was like, it was Steam, and even then I can't really blame Steam. That was me being an idiot. My goodness. It was when I was playing Sky. I wanted the moth outfit. Like, I wanted the moth outfit, so I was like, okay, I'll spend the $10 human on it. But I had to add more to my Steam wallet. I didn't think it would be like, yes, here is your full name. Here is your address. Is this still right? I was using PayPal. I didn't even need that. Just thanks, Steam. Really, really appreciate you making sure my personally identifiable information is up to date. Really just helps a lot. So yeah, there's geez. I think I unlisted the re-upload of the VOD just because it was cluttering my videos page. And the actual VOD is privated, so unless you are me, you cannot see my full address and name. Absolute, you know, big brain for me here. Just really, really good at thinking things through. Did I mesh this in the back? No, I didn't. Okay, we're good. Bonk. Okay, we're about a quarter of the way up through this hat. I'm gonna stop having nose attacks so we can actually finish this stupid thing. Because I don't know why I'm having so many random nose outbursts. I don't have time for nose outbursts. I want to know where those gold needles came from, because I don't have any gold sewing stuff. I would very much remember if I did. Like, there was 2 of them, and they were just chilling in my needles box. Or my pins. I mean, I guess technically a pin and a needle aren't very different, but... you know, it was just chilling there. With all of my pins. I don't know where they came from. They look like they're sewing needles, but they could also be very fine embroidery needles. I do not know which they are. I don't know why they're gold. I think it's just to look fancy. I have to, like, look through all my stuff now to make sure. Oh, is my nose bleeding now? Oh, no. Oh, nose. I do not have time for a nosebleed. Guys, I don't know why this is like a sinus stream now. Okay. Ow. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna stop nosing. Okay. Needle. Santa hat. We continue. I was real sick Christmas Eve. Oh my god. Boop. Christmas itself was super fun though. I thought about making a 3rd Santa hat for my new life-sized lizard doggo plushie that Tech Demon got me for Christmas. But then I realized that I seriously underestimate how long it takes to sew things. So I stopped myself. He may get a Santa hat this upcoming year, though. Because he is beautiful and he does deserve a Santa hat. I love him with all my heart. He's precious. He has a purple power slug and a berry and a little, like, thing of radioactive waste he can hold, and it's so cute. And I love him. He is a precious lizard doggo. He's freaking massive, though. I don't know how it actually fit him on the camera. That's like definitely he has to buy a better tripod, because a 42-inch long stuffed animal is not really conducive to a little tiny stream cam propped up on some boxes. Up. Okay. There we go. Oops. Okay. And whoop up. Oh, did it get caught in the pen? No, it's just the reflection on the pen. Everything is red. I can't see anymore. Eyes are for losers. Okay. Spoken like a true moth. Boop. Boop. See, but lamps are so cool, though. Moths have it right, okay? Lamps are amazing. So are our really extra chandeliers that we have for no reason. Yeah, no, my office has, it's like a ceiling fan with like a built-in like chandelier looking light fixture. Except even without the extra light fixture thing, it is way too big a fan for my office. There's no reason to have one that large. It is literally just there for like, I don't know, just to feel fancy. Tech Demon really wanted to take it out of my office because it's like, it makes it very hard to like actually exist in the room. There we go. I just like having overhead lighting because like our living room, we don't have overhead lights. It's all lamps. You don't realize how convenient it is just like flip a light switch and the lights come on until you don't have that. Our kitchen has that though. Like our kitchen has overhead lights. That's why the orange is so strong, because the chandelier looking thing right above me is really bright. And it's really low because it's a chandelier for some reason. Boop. See, now we're making the progress. Now we are zooming along. Ho, ho, ho. Imagine... This is why the sewing machine was invented. Don't imagine the sewing machine being invented. That's just a fact, but like... Imagine sewing machines. And Himi actually getting up to get a box of tissues. Instead of just like, you know, destroying her nose with paper towels. I'm scared to look at my nose because I know it's going to look rough. I really got to use like any object but a paper towel to like, you know, blow my nose. Okay. Bank. We are zooming. We are vrooming. The deadline that's looming. There's no deadline. There's no deadline. It's just Himi wants to eat lunch at some point. Or breakfast. Or dinner. Food. Himi wants to eat at some point. And as predicted, the thread got stuck. It's like a tiny knot, so I'm not like stressed about it, but I called it, this thread is terrible. It was going to get stuck again. Okay, here we go. Bonk. Bonk. Okay, that got a little goofy, but I fixed it. We have one last pin, and then we are done sewing up the sides of this hat. Then we just do the sides of the other hat, and then it's on to the pom-poms. That's the word I was looking for, pom-pom. I was calling it Santa ball this whole time because I just couldn't remember the word for pom-pom. The pom-pom. See, I'm educated. I remember the words for stuff. You'd think I would have remembered pom-pom like 3 hours ago, but here we are. Okay. Bonk. Bam. Everything needs a sound effect. Did something happen if you don't give it a funny sound effect? I don't even think about the fact that I do it. I just do it. Okay. Last pin. Get him out of here. Do not need him. Pin is for nerds. Wait, can fighting type moves hit a ghost normal, or is it still like... Does the ghost type negate it? I'm trying to think about, like, if that would, like, be a thing. Okay. We have fought long and hard to get to this point. But we will soon have the first start of a Santa hat. Pew. There are a lot more stitches than I thought about when I, you know... You'd think when I said, oh, it's about 20 inches around for this hat, I would have thought about it, but... And 2 more stitches, and we'll be done with this hat. Well, we won't be done, like, we still have to, like, do the pom-pom, but we will have, at the very least, bam, the start of the hat. Boop. That was not my thread scissors. That was random scissors. I just picked up my, like, paper scissors, and we just made it happen. Okay. Here's that. These are, like, whole human-sized Santa hats. Like, you could put this in a 5-year-old, and it would probably fit their head. Like, I'm realizing I basically just made regular Santa hats. I thought this would be smaller than I ended up making it. This is literally just, this is a child's Santa hat. Here we go. I could embroider stuff on these if I wanted to, in hindsight, but like, one, we are too far along, and I almost did it again. Thread scissors. The scissors that I have for thread. Okay. Alright, so we have sewn the seams of this Santa hat. It still needs a pom-pom, but I do want to see what it looks like flipped. So I'm flipping it. Yeah, look at that. I need to probably stitch this a bit more anchored, but look at that. That's a Santa hat. It's freaking huge. Wait, let me blow my nose, and then I want to see what it looks like in Zorua. Like, that is a straight up Santa hat. I'm not a complete fool. Okay. Come here, you. We have our example here. I want to see how it looks. Like I said, I'm going for like their tuft in one of their ears. I'm not going for the whole head. Oh my god, it's cute! Okay, let me move stuff out of the way so you can see it. He's got a Santa hat! Oh my god, he's got a Santa hat! Look at her! Look at her, she's got the Santa hat! And it does the little foldy thing in the back. Guys, the Santa hat! We have made progress! The nice fabric isn't going to waste! I'm so proud. I still gotta do the other Santa hat. And then we have to do the pom-poms. But like, guys, the Santa hat, it's coming together! Okay, let me remove her Santa hat for now. Put that there. She can go back. But yes, so here is Santa hat number 1. It just needs a pom-pom. We have to sew up the sides of this one here, and then we'll make their pom-poms. We are very close to done. Go. That side is fine. It's got to sew up this side, then this side. Guys, Santa hats. We're festive. After 1,000 years, we've made progress. I want to do this side first on this one because this isn't going to be enough thread to do that side. I might as well keep it simple, stupid. So let's go ahead and sew up this side. This is the side where it's curved around, so I don't need to worry about stitching the fur, like the lining of the Santa hat, so I just got to stitch up. Very successful craft so far. Very pleased. Very, very merry, if I may. I'm going to try to sew this quicker, just so I can, there we go. So we can revel in our hats by the it's the 3-hour mark. So I could revel in our hats by the 4-hour mark, I should say. Okay. New goal set. Hour 4, have the hats done. This is what happens when you hand sew, kids. This would have taken like 15 minutes if I used a sewing machine and didn't have like 18 nose problems. Okay. Here. this pin is done. It can go here. This one shouldn't take as long because I'm just, again, it's already curved on this side. I did that second with the other one, so it would like just, I would do the hard part first, but this one I don't have enough thread to go up the side too, like with the lining. We're sticking with what makes logical sense. Okay, so this can go, so I can actually see what I'm doing. And this is the one that I marked in the first place, so I do have a rough guide on where to put my needle, which is also a huge W. I did the hard hat first, basically. We went from difficult mode to like easy peasy lemon squeezy mode. Just gotta keep it going. Here. We're working so hard right now, guys. We're sewing like a fiend. There we go. Trying to make sure it comes out nice. I want a nice Santa hat for my Zoruas. The first one is coming out great, okay? That one, I'm like so proud. Like, these are actually coming out nicely, and I'm like thriving off of it. Okay. Next is this stitch here. Please don't get caught on the pin. It did not get caught on the pin. My God. Things are going right. Things are going correctly. No, I just gotta not fuck it up. I can't choke, guys. I can't choke. We've come too far to choke. Okay. Yes. Trying so hard. This is up there with like one of the more successful crafts I've done. Nice little Santa hats. Boop. As long as I keep my eye on the prize where the pins are, this should be a nice even line. Boop. The freaking fabric puffs are going to be the death of me. Okay, here. Here. Some of those are getting a bit too wide. I'm trying to make the stitches like sustainable. Here. Just gonna sneak in where that pin is. There's that pin gone. There's one more pin to go, and then we're done with the first side. So we're 1.5 sides away from trying to figure out what on God's green earth I'm doing with these puffballs. The pom-poms are still elusive to me. I don't know what we're doing with the pom-poms. We're just out here doing our best. I've seen like Santa hats get sold on like I don't know, like Amazon quality ones where like they don't even have the pom-poms, they just end in red like it's an elf hat. And that's just not the point. That's not a Santa hat. It needs its little pom-pom. Like, the hat has to have the pom-pom. Okay. Here. Bam. I could have probably saved some fabric if I actually used a pattern. I just didn't want to use a pattern. I think the way I did it was fine. I think it should, in the end, work out. And I just have some extra smaller cuts of Minky for details on later projects. If I ever can, you know, emotionally get over the fact that Minky is rare to actually, you know, make other projects happen. Boop. Boop. Okay. Almost done. Okay. Under this pin, where I want the next hole. And out with the last pin. Get it out of here. Pins are for nerds. And people who aren't as far along as in sewing. Like physically, not like learning wise. Okay. Just gotta make sure the last few stitches stay on course. And then we'll be done with side one. Sewing is a fun hobby. Even if sometimes you just have to kind of like sit there and sweat and go, I'm trusting the process and hope to God it works out. Like, usually it's a very fun hobby. Boop. Boop. 2 more stitches. I'm dropping my needle, okay. Okay, stitch 1. Okay, 3 more stitches. So that's number 2. And this is number 3. Okay. That's the stitches. Okay, that's side number 1. Sewn up. I just gotta cut the thread and everything. You tie this off. And then it is time for side number 2. We're gonna have the cutest Zoruas in the land. And also, I promise we're finishing the Fuku plush soon. I pinky promise we are finishing her soon. Boop, boop. Bonk. And one more time. Bonk. Okay. Boop. Cool. Just so you can see my beautiful line of stitches again. The other side still needs stitched, and then we are done, but this is the work in progress here. We are making progress. Let me rethread with more red. This will be the last time we use the red thread, and then I can go back to a thread that does not make me want to scream. Yeah! Pull some out here. I think it is the red thread that's like making my nose freak out. If I was a betting man, that is. Okay, here we go. Make this long enough. That should be long enough. And I gotta tie him up. Bonk. Couple more just to make sure it stays. The last thing we want is for our beautiful hat to come undone for some reason. Oh my god, why is it trying to tangle already? Okay. I swear this thread lives to get tangled. Like, that's like its dream in life, is to just get tangled. Okay. Thread is ready. Time to sew. I'm so sorry. That was actually probably really loud. I just realized that, like, oh god. I got the pins out of both sides of that. I just realized I didn't even check it in this one. Okay. Start down here. Ow. I just, like, cracked my own finger. So, ow. I like, it wasn't even like I, like, went in hard. I just, like, my whole knuckle just went clonk. I didn't even do anything crazy. When I actually, like, I don't know, the lining parts, I have to, like, actually have close to my face so I can see what's happening. Because I don't want to F it up. And between the fabric that's already kind of difficult to work with and the thread that is notoriously difficult to work with, I'm trying not to, like, I'm trying not to ruin my Santa hats. Once we get to the red part, then it's back to like, you guys can actually kind of see what the hell I'm doing. Go over here. Maybe it's a skill issue. Maybe the red thread isn't that bad and I'm just the idiot. I don't know. Maybe I am the fool. Maybe I just can't sew. Although, for somebody who can't sew, that Santa hat looks fantastic. So, like, I am so proud of that Santa hat. We just gotta make a second one that looks just as nice. Oh, this terrible combination of thread and fabric. Okay. I swear I've been sewing the same spot like 8 times. Okay, something is making it upset. Maybe it's the pins? Okay, something is just making it upset. Not again. Pulling it back, I'm not seeing anything. Okay, why are you having a fit? This thread has taken off like at least a year of my life. Not like a lot of it, but like enough of it, you know? I have an idea. My idea did not work whatsoever. My idea has made it 1,000 times worse. Okay, yeah, we're cutting. We're cutting. I hate this thread. I hate it so much. Okay, so let me pull this back. Over there. Actually, the worst thread. I need to buy more red thread. Somebody please remind me later to buy better red thread. Like, this is not good red thread. I don't know why I thought just pulling one side through would work. I think I was hoping that like if I did like one side through, I could pull the other side through, but all it did was make it 10 times worse. That was a Himi issue. That was a brain issue. Okay. Okay. This thread continues to take eons off of my existence. Okay. Hashtag fuck the red thread. Okay, so I have to figure out what's going on with this. Okay. I dropped the needle on myself for a second, which is very oh no. Here. There. Bam. Oh, this is tied real stupid. Bam. Let me fix this. Boop. We're conducting minor surgery. I messed up like 3 things and I'm trying to fix it. I got too complacent with this thread. Okay. Fantastic. I hope to God nobody ever tries to learn off this video. Would not be a good learning experience. Okay, so I'm gonna start roughly where this came loose. Now just kind of started going buck wild and doing its own thing, and then we will continue from there. Yeah. And hope to God it works right. I don't care if the... I don't mind if, like, the inside has a bunch of thread showing because we're going to flip it. So I just need the thread to, like, actually work and not go freaking hunky-dory haywire like it just did. Oh, it's doing it again. No, 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 no. Don't you dare do it again. Come on. We're going to go through the hat. Nice and slow. Please, God. I just want to make a Santa hat. Oh, why does this thread exist? I'm gonna write them a stern letter. Just like, hi, your thread has taken years out of my existence. Why is it like this? Okay. Okay. It's still not perfect, but we got through it. Here. Here. Okay. I am now at the point where we have hit the actual hat. Let's fucking go. It has not stopped this thread from trying to tangle at every opportunity, though. Okay. Just let me through. Just let me get through. And boop. And here. I am locked the fuck in right now. This has been an experience. Okay, there. I refuse at the 11th hour to have this fall apart. Okay. And now I'm going up. Yeah. So I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna drop things because I'm really good at that. Okay. Sick. You know what I was thinking about the other day? I do not miss group projects when I was in college. Because the more you think about it, I don't know. I had some real stressful ones. I think my favorite that I like to consider, it was like my first semester back in, like, for my media degree. And I had this online communications class, which was asynchronous. So none of us had to be around each other. Like, none of us, like, we didn't meet in a classroom, and it was work at your own pace, basically. And that was the whole class, the entire semester. It was entirely asynchronous, meaning no interaction, no set time. He gave out the assignments once a week, and you worked at them on your own time. Never once did you have to be somewhere at a set time. So tell me why this man decides that the final project, you have to you have to virtually meet with your group at the same time and record a final presentation together, and you have to show up to all of the meetings that your group does or you fail the project. Now, it already sounds like kind of what for like a regular class. May I remind you that this is an asynchronous online course. A lot of us picked those because we worked weird schedules. You had me, who was still working overnights at Waffle House. You had a few people who had like normal class schedules. You had one guy who was like a dad, and he was doing his courses when his kid was asleep. Like, none of us had schedules that really matched up, and I ended up having to wake up at like really weird times. And dad guy had to like hand off his kid to people just for us to all have a time that worked. And then of course we had one chick who just didn't show for the meetings. didn't do her part in the end. I think one of us had to do it. And I ended up telling the professor, like, dude, why? Because she kept making us change our meeting times for her, too. She was like, oh, I can't do this time that works for everybody else. I need it to be at this time that doesn't work for, like, 3 of you. And we had to just, we were like, okay, you know, fine. We'll do this less convenient time. We can make it work. And then she would no-show. Like, she would no-show the time that she pushed us to do. And I was just like, lady, please, why are you like this? And I think we gave her, like, section 3 of the essay. So the poor guy who had the conclusion couldn't even finish his work because she never wrote her part. And one of us stepped in and wrote it. Like, she confounded me. I forget we even got in that class. I just remember being stressed and mad. And I think I wrote, like, a review for the class. Like, dude, why would you do this to a bunch of asynchronous students? Why do you hate us? The worst kind of person. Yes! I am a much calmer person now, but when that was happening, I was so mad. I was like, dude, please, I work 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. You're making me get up at like 2 in the afternoon for this. What are you doing? It was awful. Boop. I hope Dad Guy got a good score, though. Poor guy. He really was doing his best to make it work. There was also, I had a class for directing. Like, you are the director telling people, like, hey, camera, whatever, you do this kind of a thing. And for the most part, that was fine. For my final project, like, how the class worked was pretty neat because they had, like, kids learning, like, basic production in a different class, and the directing students would basically command the kids learning basic production. You know, so the directors had a crew to command, and the kids in the crew, you know, they got directed. Everybody wins. My final project, I decided to do, like, a food review show, basically. And I had 2 volunteers for, like, the actual on-camera talents. But one was a dude who I think ended up going into journalism in the end anyways. Like, he was, like, a reporter anchor. He was, like, an anchor for, like, the school news thing because he had a very good anchor voice. And I picked him because, hey, you know, he's already good at talking in TV. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, solid choice. And then I picked another one who just volunteered because he likes food. And I was like, fuck it, we ball. Same. I also had a backup pick. It was a classmate, kind of friend who, like, he was kind of a meme of a human being and very entertaining. So, like, he was my backup pick in case one of mine didn't show. Not only did reporter anchor guy get the flu, so he didn't show up, my backup just didn't show in general. So, I think my friend ended up doing it for me because I was just like, please, I don't know what to do about this. It's my final. They did get their points knocked off if they didn't show up. I think flu guy was excused because he had the flu and, like, he called and said, hey, I have the flu. But, like, backup kid, I think he did get some mild shit for, like, not showing up for the literal final. It was good, though. It had pastries, man. Freaking love me some pastries. Oh, geez. Usually I don't know. I just think group projects kind of suck because you're not even going to be working in that kind of an environment anyways. Like, the directing class was the exception because I was commanding a crew. But, like, for the most part, it's like, okay, room full of media students. You're all going to have different parts of the media project as if, you know, like in my actual job, you're doing all of the parts yourself. Like, sometimes somebody might come help you out. But aside from, you know, saving things in our standard format so others can edit them in case you're out, like, nothing works like group projects in real life. That's not how projects work. It's usually like, oh, sales and finance want to collaborate with this part of, like, the media team, like, things like that. It's not 17 media people try to work on one project. That's not how this functions. My nose definitely hurts from blowing it with paper towels. I really should not be wiping my nose with paper towels. It is quite painful. Okay. We're halfway through the hat. Did I ever tell the story of the baseball guy who tried to who tried to get me to cheat on Tech Demon? Did I ever tell that story? Because that was also an interesting college experience. I was talking about it the other day and it reminded me of it. I just do not remember if oh god. For the souls who have not heard this story, oh, okay, I have not told the story. So, I don't know about you guys, if you have been to college, but our college had like a student app, basically. Think of it like a worse Facebook almost, where like you guys could make posts to like the main feed and like little individual groups. But it was all hard assigned to your student email, and it was just like a basic school app otherwise, like here's your classes and stuff like that. I was decently active on like the social part of it because I was trying to promote stuff for one of my jobs at the time. And it was also good for like asking random questions or sometimes posting something funny. So one day I made a post for work and I noticed I had a new message from a guy in some of my classes. Now, this was a very naive Himi back then. He said, hey, it's baseball guy from, I don't know, whatever the class was. Can I ask a question? Just in case anybody else is as naive as I was back then. If somebody is asking you, hey, can I ask a question? It is never a good thing. If it was a normal question, they would just ask the question. Please do not fall into the trap that I fell into because I was nice. I was like, sure, what's up? You know, I don't know, man. I thought he was going to say like, hey, I'm having an issue on the homework. And he proceeded to ask if I wanted to like go out with him. And I was just like, oh, that's awkward. And I was like, you know, sorry. You know, I'm engaged. Because I wasn't married at the time. This is like a little after I just got engaged. And most people, upon being told, hey, you know, I'm engaged, like they would have backed off or said sorry if they were like super conscious about it. But like, no, this guy just doubled down and went, I wanted to ask you to homecoming. And I was just like, oh. I just stopped responding after that. And that was already a little awkward, but what made it 10 times more awkward is that he was seeing somebody. And according to other students, he was engaged to this girl at the time. He was fully engaged and trying to get me to cheat on my freaking fiance so he could cheat on his fiance. And it gets 10 worse, actually, the more I think about this, because I am not a terrible person, I don't think. I obviously wanted to tell the fiance because I like saw her in the hallways before, and my bestie was in like a group with her, like a student org. So she was like, she texted her saying, hey, it's, you know, blah, blah, blah. Are you and baseball still together? And this girl just goes, sorry, but my relationship status is none of your business. Well, okay, bitch, get cheated on. A certain gardening tool, basically. Yes. Yes, exactly. What's wild about that couple is like they were known not just in our department, but on campus because of how often and how loudly they would argue everywhere they went. Like, I had coworkers who also had, like, part-time things in the library who knew them. Everybody in the department knew them. People, like, randomly around campus knew them. Apparently, like, they were, like, a topic on Yik Yak when Yik Yak was still, like, a common thing. But, like, They would literally, like, she would scream at him. He was like a decently quiet guy. He never yelled, but like she would literally scream at him all around campus to the point where everybody knew them as the couple that was always arguing. It was a mess. A reputation for all the wrong reasons, honestly. I'm so curious if they're still together or not. Like, I don't know if Eddie, like, because I know at some point the fact that he tried to ask me to homecoming, despite being, you know, both of us being in relationships. I know that got around at some point because I told a friend and the friend was yappy. But, like, oh, God. I do remember he, like, randomly dropped out and didn't tell anybody, which caused problems for, like, some, like, student stuff, but okay. Hat number 2. These are coming out, like, so actually nice. Like, I am proud of these Santa hats. These are actually coming out, like, so sick. All I have to do now is make pom-poms, and then we have hats. Like, we're done. I'm so proud of these. All right. Now I have to make a pom-pom. Well, I guess I have to make 2 pom-poms, and I'm not really sure how I want to make these yet either. I could just do circles. I just don't know. I'm realizing I didn't think this out. They're like, great bless. I'm really happy that these are turning out, like, nicely. Where did I put my pen? It's up here. It's always nice when a craft comes out, like, decent. Okay, better idea, because this is going to be a bit more complicated. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a circle and just invert it, and then that'll be our pom-pom. So let's cut out a decent circle, and I'm going to need 4 of it. This is a terrible circle. Okay. It is a circle of all time. It is not a great circle, but it is my circle. This could probably be a little bit larger, actually. I'm just going to leave a certain seam around it. Okay. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to gauge out my circle here. This is my circle. It was made for me. Okay, circle. I'm not gonna try to make them like exact. I just need like a rough guesstimate of what I'm like cutting out here. That was a circle. Here's a circle. Here we go. Up. I'm dropping the circle. The freaking purple is fading a lot faster than I want it to. Okay, final circle. Now these shouldn't take too long. We're in the home stretch, guys. Okay. Here are our circles. Circle can go over there. Let me cut out the circles before this fades. Okay. Yeah, like I'm just gonna sew them together, flip them, bam, and then probably just sew them like I would a head to a stuffed animal to the hat and see if that works out the way I think it will. Yeah, that should work. I don't think I'm gonna have to reflip these hats. just to keep the nice point that they've got developing. Circle number 3. I'm trying to make it so you can actually see what I'm doing. I'm trying to keep my scissors flush to the table so I can like cut nicely. At least we're past the nose sneezing arc. Circle. Yeah, no, that like invisible ink is so useful for sewing patterns, especially when you have white fabric like this. The problem is that it fades really quickly, so now I'm like panicking and trying to cut this before it completely fades in like 3 seconds like it is. Okay, come on. Circle, circle, circle. I am driving blind right now. Okay. Circle. There are the circles. Whew. Okay. So we've got our circles. Sick. Remove some of the extra fuzzies. Yeah, I'm just gonna sweep. I'm like destroying the kitchen right now. I do all of these at the kitchen table. Remove those pieces. Okay. Now we have our circles. Make sure the grain is in the same direction, because as previously stated, you need your fabrics to go in the same direction or it's going to be weird. There, and then this one is this, this. Okay. It's fine if it's not exact, but like the closer you can get, the better, really. So now I'm going to take a pin just to hold these together. And then we're going to sew our circle. The final bit. We've come so far over the past 4 hours. I was right. It is going to be 4 hours. Okay. And I already have the white thread ready. It's thready. Okay. Bonk, bonk. Ah. Okay. These pom-poms are like stressful. Let me sew a circle. I'm not gonna stress. Well, I should probably knot this better because that just went through like butter. I'm not gonna stress too hard about making like perfect stitches because frankly, this is a puffball. I do have a bit of polyfill, and I'm gonna put some up here so I remember. So we can like stuff a little bit of it. You know, make it like puffy. So that will go there so I don't forget. These are like human quality like Santa hats. I kind of popped the fuck off with these things. Okay. Gonna do it right this time. Gonna make some bitchin' Santa hats. Lovely puff balls. They're pom-poms. I don't know why I keep saying puff balls. I still can't see where I am sewing to save my life, by the way. These may not be perfect circles. Just to temper some expectations now. These are probably not going to be perfect circles. I can't see what the hell I'm doing. This may actually be the hardest part, and it's just because I can't see. Here. We're just gonna see how bad I did. here. Here. We're making something, all right. Here. And this is going on my sewing resume, as I promise I can sew something that isn't just made out of felt. I used to do it a lot. Again, like, I took every sewing class my school offered. I don't know, man. I don't like pressure. And there's nothing less pressuring in the world than, like, 35 cents a sheet of fabric. It is nice to pop off, though. You know, it's nice to go, yes, let me make the most epic-looking Santa hats for my stuffed animals have you ever seen. Like, again, these would fit on a human child's head. Like, if you have a human child, go measure its head. I'm pretty sure, as long as it's under, like, 20 inches wide, like, this hat will fit on your child. Human heads are larger than that, but, like, this will probably fit on your child's head. There. Where am I? Okay. Desperately trying to sew this correctly. Here. I'm sorry. I'm at the point now, too, where I'm looking at it super close up just so I can make sure I'm hitting these freaking marks. We're almost halfway through. This is a small bit. Like, this is a small bit. It's just a little circle. The hard part is just making sure I'm hitting the right areas, but, like, yeah, no, this is fine. This is easy peasy lemon squeezy. The hard part is just blind sewing a circle. When your thread match is so perfect, you can't tell what's thread and what's just the actual weaving of the fabric. Come back, you. There's that. What's this? We're almost all the way around. This. I'm so excited. Like, I'm so actually hype right now, dude. Like, we have, like, the most bitchin' looking Santa hats. My Zoruas deserve nothing but the best. Because it's Christmas. It is definitely Christmas. It is totally Christmas. It's Christmas. Yeah. Okay, here. Okay, that one was that was a bit of a stretch. This is going to be a very wonky circle, I think. Take out this pin by this point. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and flip the puffball. He is nice and puffy. Okay. And that will make a Santa hat. I'm gonna put like the tiniest bit of polyfill, but not a lot. Just a bit. As a treat. You know, kind of give it some... I want to give it some volume. Puffball. Okay, I'm going to sew the puffball with a bit of a ladder stitch really fast, just so our puffball is shut properly. And then we're going to work on attaching our puffball. Ladder stitching when you can't see where you are in the fabric is a hell I wish upon nobody. Here we go. Here. I hadn't sneezed in a minute. That was overdue. That was brewing. And this guy. Come on. There we go. Circle. Here we go. We have a puffball, and it's filled with polyfill. That is our puffball. Now I'm going to nose, and then we're going to attach it to Santa hat number 1. And then I could confidently say that I have made Santa hats for my Zoruas. Well, no, I have to make the second one first, but... Okay. Pull up this guy here. Because now I have to figure out how I'm actually attaching this thing. I did not think that far ahead, you see. Nothing about any of this process has screamed Himi thinks ahead when she makes things. This is just too tall. What I'm definitely going to need to do is like shorten that side a bit. There wasn't any threat in that, so we're good. Guess he needed evened out a bit. Okay. Let's move that. I could just go around and it should work. That is one I actually would want to use red thread for. So what I'm going to do actually is we're going to snip this off here and do the other one really fast. And then we're going to go through both of these and attach them one after the other. So for now, let me go ahead and tie off puffball number 1. Our happy little puffball. And we'll go ahead and make puffball number 2, and then we will attach these bad boys. Boop. Come on. Come on. Boop. Come on. Bam. And it doesn't matter if you can see that snip anyways, because that whole puffball is made of puff. You're not going to see shit. We've got some amazing looking... I'm so happy with these Santa hats, dude. Like, I think this is the best fabric match I've ever had for a project. Like, this is just legendary. Tie the white again. Boop. Time. Boop. Okay. We're so close. So close. Okay. Mr. Puffball. Let's begin sewing a circle. Again, I don't care if I know what the mistake is. I'm making these the same so they both get the same mistakes. One does not get something nicer just because the other one's was made first. That's not how this works. We must be fair to the children. They deserve equal treatment. Boop. Here we go. I am still trying to speed sew a bit just so we can get this done on time. These were hand sewn with love. Okay. Remember, kids, with the right fabric, anything can look nice. I could have done this with felt and it would have been like a lot sooner, I think, but that's not as fun as the good shit. Because, buddy, we got the good shit. Okay. I need to figure out where I am. Okay. I couldn't remember where I was for a second. We're sewing quickly. I have made my New Year's resolution and I'm trying to stick to it, and that is just sleep more. You know, because New Year's is like 5 days away. You know, New Year's hasn't happened yet. We're not in New Year's yet, but when New Year's does actually happen, I want to get better about sleeping more, because I've been really bad about sleeping 2 hours and then going to work for 10 hours, and that is just, it is not great. I have not been feeling very great, and I need to fix that. So that's the plan. We go, you know, when 2026 actually happens, because we're not in 2026 yet, it's Christmas. We're in nebulous Christmas. Boop. And we're halfway through this circle. Boop. See, I'm trying to sew faster. I can either sew faster or I can keep yapping. And yapping is more fun than sewing fast. I like yapping. It's why I stream. I will always have something to yap about. That's just... I'm a menace to those in my life. You don't understand. Like, I will just talk for ages until I get tired or somebody makes me shut up. Go. Okay. Here. Here. We are literally on the cutting room floor right now, you know, just cutting up fabric. And a lot of it's on the floor. A little bit more, and then I'm going to flip it. No, I think it's the freaking white fabric. Every time I lean in close to it, so my nose starts getting drippy. This white fabric has been sitting in my corner for a very long time. Again, I got this on my honeymoon last year. And I'm gonna have to fix the floor later. I've like ruined our floor. Boop. There. Here. We remove this here, and we're gonna go ahead and flip it now. Here is our circle. Here's our happy little circle, and I will now stuff him with fluff. And by that I mean completely fail to stuff it with fluff the first time. This is too much fluff. Okay, remove some of the fluff. And here we go. Cool. Okay, and once again, I must now make the unenviable task of ladder stitching something with a perfect color match thread with lots of fluff. This has been challenging. Go, bam, over. I think it was on this side. Over. Pew. And this one I'm pretty sure was on this side for. Over. You can't even see how good of a ladder stitch I'm doing anyways because this fabric is so fluffy. This is like trust me bro levels of like sewing ability. It's well sewn, I swear. You could totally see my ladder stitch, bro. Here. One more. Bam. Yeah, one more. Okay. Okay, puffball. Now we have 2 puffballs. I have to cut the thread on this guy really fast and put this back. And then we just got to attach the puffballs to the hats. And then wha-bam, Chief, we have got some Santa hats. Can I make this behave? I'm trying to separate the threads so I could tie it. Okay, here we go. We are success. We are thriving. We have Santa hats. I still want to know why the internet like randomly dropped at one point, but I don't know. The universe said so. Okay. Here. Okay. That is ball number 2. Okay. All I have left now, we have 2 Santa hats here. Just put the puffballs on. That's a piece of that. Okay. Just gotta put the puffballs on and then we're done. Then we have Santa hats. What I'm trying to figure out right now, if it would make more sense to do red or white thread for these. I'm thinking red thread because I'm going to go through. So let's get the red thread ready. Let's get it ready. As much as I hate Mr. Red Thread, he makes the most sense for what we're doing. Unfortunately. Dramatic sigh. I guess we have to use the red thread. My nemesis. Boop. Okay. I'm gonna do about this. We don't need that much thread. We're just attaching it like loosely. Here. Boop boop. Bonk. One more time. Bonk. I'm gonna cut the tail on this short just because I want to be able to hide this a little easier. And we're gonna start with this Santa hat. Okay. I'm gonna move this over here. I did not think through the attachment part very well, so we're just gonna do our best. As we have seen at this point, I'm not great. I'm not the smartest. We have been BSing it, and so far it has worked. Okay, so. Okay, I'm gonna sew out to that. I want him to be here. I'm gonna attach it like this. And pull. This is entirely me just making it up. You probably should like have a method for attaching these beyond just so like here. And then we're gonna pull. I'm so stressed. This better work or I'm gonna be depressed. Okay. Ooh. Okay, this might be a Himi W. Okay. Okay. I may actually have one here. So next up, I want to go to this stitch. Cool. Then we're gonna go through the puffball again. That's fine. Through here. It defeats the whole purpose of sewing, but God, sometimes I wish I just had glue. Like, glue would just make this, like, so quick. Like, glue would be amazing right now. I just dropped the thread. Where's my needle? Okay. Here as well. Under and through. Here. Okay. Move the thread off of the puffball. Okay. Puffball. Move. Okay. Oh, my face is itchy. This is my least favorite of all of the parts. I take back my complaining about, like, anything else during this. This is the most stressful part. Just making sure this looks nice. Good God. Okay. Okay, so now he's here. Me go through this piece. And we're gonna go back through the puffball again. Cool. Now we're on this side of the puffball. A little higher than I would have liked, but that's an oopsies. Okay. We're there. I'm gonna through that. We're gonna go through the puffball again. Up. I might have just, that might have been a Himi oopsies. I might have just effed up the thread. If the thread F's up with this, we're in trouble. Okay. Nope, I think somehow I think we just survived that. No. Do this careful. Okay. We've come too far to lose now, by God. Okay. And where is it? Okay. This is working as I wanted it to. I'm just really stressed. It's the final mark, like the final part. We have to not goof it up here. Okay, here. Okay. Is that... My Santa hat may be slightly lopsided. Yeah, he's gonna be a bit lopsided. I'm sorry. This. Go. Back through one more time. Okay. He is attached. You can't. I was trying to hold it up to show you, like, it's not gonna, like, be hidden. Okay. that is Santa hat number 1. Just gotta cut this off. And then we just have one more, which hopefully is a little easier because that one doesn't have nearly as iffy a shape. Bam. Boop. Whoopsies. Come on. We're thriving! This is another example of, I think, oh, it's gonna take like 30 minutes. It's just some Santa hats. And I forget that hand sewing is not the same as machine sewing, and it takes a while. Boop. All right. Santa hat number 1. He be existing. Time for Santa hat number 2. Let me tie this off. Do a bonk. And whoops. Okay. Don't mind me, I'm out here just breaking things. Okay, I need like one good solid knot from this. That is my one good solid knot. Okay. Cool. Because I also have to make sure it's like super short tail so it's not obvious when I'm presenting this thing. So now, the same as before, do that. Start at the bottom of the puff ball. Bam. Here. Gonna go here. So the other side's seam inverts. Because we're attaching this, but we're also shutting the fabric at the top of the Santa hat. So it's like a dual purpose what I'm doing right now. Here we go. There. I'm gonna flip him over like he's a tuna fish. Here. Dude, I'm sorry I'm like locked in the last second here. I'm just trying to, I want it to be nice. All right. These are huge. I really looking at these finished. These are huge. Okay. And that is shut. So let me do that. Put him here. Okay. The secondary activity I alluded to will definitely be a second stream because I would like to eat food today. I thought this would be like a 2-hour tops thing. I always aggressively underestimate how long it takes to sew something. Thank you to all of the brave soldiers who stand by my sewing streams. Okay, come on. Okay. That's that. Let me move some stuff so I can actually access my things. This can go there. These guys go back. This goes with the Fuku stuff, which I think is over there. Same with that. Boop. Boop, boop. Okay. Trying to move stuff out of the way here. Pew, pew. Are you guys ready? Bless y'all. Okay, I've like put the hat on. I'm like, let me use my head for a second. This is gonna be for the other one. You can wear this hat, my beautiful daughter. Here we go. Santa hat. Now you come over here. She, I knew was going to be a bit more difficult because she has like the long, like wispy ghost thing. So I don't even think I'm going to do the whole. I think I'm just going to go like above the wispy ghost thing a bit. Actually, let me do this side. Make them unique. And okay. We do this. And then let me do this. What's up, Ace? I don't want to say you're here at the last second, but okay, let's do that. Welcome to the reveal, basically. Let me go ahead and where is camera? Okay, yeah, my mouse is going bad. Actually, let me zoom this. I'm hiding myself for a second. Do I just not have a background? Anyways, look at them. I'll take a better picture for like the community tab, but like they have hats. They have their hats now. If I flip them around, you can see the puffballs a bit better. But my Zoruas officially have Santa hats. This is all I wanted, was just for them to have Santa hats. I am really happy with how these hats came out. I think they look fantastic. Do I not have a... Okay, I have a background. Okay, background. That's ancient background, but it's a background. Boop. I try to drag this down and OBS just spits in my face. I see. There. Did I not have a better background? Browse. Okay, here. Okay. But yeah, no, like, they have the little puff balls. I'm really proud of them. They're so cute. Okay, I'll bring myself back now. Where'd I go? Where did I go? Okay. I cannot believe that this turned out as well as it did. Oh my god. I'm just like, I'm admiring them for a second. I'm like, I'm thriving. Here, I'll do one forward, one backward. I should do this the other way because your forward is more obvious. So there's the back of the hat. This is the front of the hat. I'm so proud of these guys. The babies. All right, well, I'm out of thoughts now. I'm gonna go and eat my only meal of the day, because I haven't done that yet, and it's 5 p.m. I cannot believe I've been streaming for 4.25 hours now, but we'll be back on my computer stuff for next stream. I promise I will show what the mysterious backup activity was when I actually get stuff sorted out for it. But short version, I bought a gingerbread house because it was on super clearance, because it was in, you know, some bizarre timeline, Christmas had already happened, but we're not in that timeline. We're not, you know, Christmas is happening tomorrow in our timeline, you know, like Christmas, it's not Christmas yet. It's totally still December, but for now, I need to eat something before I die. I'm so happy that I got to sew these. Thank you for coming, and yeah. I promise, members, you will have a new comic soon too. I keep meaning to say that, but for now, peace out. Merry Christmas, because it's totally